going on? Josh Turner here. Just sitting post doing an assignment, and I thought, I'm not doing anything. I'm just out here burning the midnight oil. And I'm at a post that we lovingly refer to as the wall. It's a really large assignment, and there are a lot of other assignments that I could have chosen, but I decided to choose this one because I've been hearing some things from some of the guards telling me that they hear noises here at night, and they weren't BSing. Where I'm at is in the back of the property, and I don't know how many people we're going to pull in here. This isn't a planned thing. I just thought, you know what? I just heard some really weird stuff. So I thought maybe we could catch it, but it stopped. So you can take the journey with me. If you're here tonight and you're not doing anything, if you're a night owl like me, what else is there to do besides listen to Coast to Coast or something? I don't know, which I haven't listened to in quite some time. I don't get a chance to do much, but I'm out here tonight, and the lead guard, one of my brothers, he's in the front of the property, or in the front of this building. So if I were to yell and scream back here, he might hear me, but then again, he might not. And then there's another guard about 125 yards to... There it is again. I just heard it. What the hell is that? Oh wow, that is... Oh my god. So if you're here and you're tuned in, I'm going to be kind of quiet, so I can barely hear it in the distance. I don't know that you guys would be able to hear it at all. But I'm probably going to do this again tomorrow night too, because I want to find out what's going on over here. We have had a couple guards that don't want to work here at night. The day side isn't a problem because there's the hustle and bustle, everything going on. But there's this really thick, heavily wooded area back here. I can try to turn my camera to give you a view. I don't know if my camera's not real good on my phone. And this was not planned. I just wanted to come out here and maybe see if I heard something, but yeah, I did. Been here for about an hour. I had to relieve another guard that needed to go home because he's got a dentist appointment tomorrow, and I was like, okay, no problem. I easily could have had one of 3 or 4 other people do this assignment, but I decided to do it myself because I wanted to hear what the hell is going on out here. And didn't take long, about half an hour in, and stuff started happening. There are some really strange rumors about this area and the woods in these areas. And we can get into that a little bit. There it is again. What in the hell is that? That is not normal. I'm going to give it a few minutes, and I'm going to walk up to the edge of this wall over here. We call it the wall because it's actually a wrought iron gate that separates the riffraff from us. This is a huge, huge property, huge building. It sounds like a damn hyena. Like, what is that? Father God in heaven, in the name of Jesus, protect me. Your will be done. Amen. I'm not gonna lie, my heart is actually racing right now. Like, not like I'm, oh my God, I'm so scared right now, like the Blair Witch or some crap. But this is, I can see why these guys get spooked out here. So we have 4 guards. One is at the top of the hill. They have the least spookiest job because their job is just to sit there at the top of the hill and monitor the completed building projects. buildings 1 and 2, and then at the bottom of the hill you have 3 guards spaced out. I am the back corner guard right now, which is where a lot of the weird stuff has been happening. It's the least developed and the least active as far as like people. Nobody's living here right now. There are people living at the top of the hill, which is way, like, if you scream from here, they probably wouldn't even hear you. So let's put it that way. Where I'm at right now is the bottom east end. This is what they call it, the east end of the wall. The wall is huge. It's about 200 yards long, like 2 football fields. Like, I would say, actually, it's probably longer than that even. It's probably about 2.5. And so if you're on one side of the wall and someone is on the other side, you would have to call them, radio to them. You would not, like, yelling to them. And you hear yells and stuff from these woods because there are people living in these woods. I've been getting reports lately from some people that are local telling me that there is a lot of weird stuff happening with the homeless people here. Some of them actually claiming, now I'm not saying this is the gospel truth, but I have a bartender friend of mine, I was talking with her about it the other day, and she's always in the public eye. She's working with the public, and there are people that claim that there is cannibalism happening in the woods. And Austin is built right inside of a giant forest. Like, it is heavily wooded, and then there's lakes on one side. There's Decker Lake on the east, and then on the other side there's Lake Travis, there's Lake Austin, and there's Town Lake, which is Ladybird Lake. And they've been finding bodies in the lake for a long time now, for a while, for a decade and a half. And they keep saying, oh, it's not connected, it's not connected, it's not connected, but they just keep popping up. And then people go missing all the time, in particular these homeless people, and they live in these little colonies. And, you're starting to get some weird stories. One of our sites is downtown, and there's like a little, I don't want to call it a little kingdom there that's run by a woman. And she is absolutely crazy. She's a loon. I mean, she's out of her ever-loving, cotton-picking mind. I kid you not. She is just her cotton mind. I mean, and she claims to be a queen of these people. And she usually walks around with a couple of these Mad Max-looking guys, and it's one of the sites that we're doing in Scorpions, actually, there right now. And they have, for the most part, been cleared out, but there is one little entrance there that they use. Now, there's a bunch of woods back there, and they actually have their own little government, the little system, the little tribe or whatever, and they do what they want. And the police don't really mess with them. They haven't cleared them out. They haven't done anything. The city's not going to. It's going to have to be something that the state troopers are going to do. They've done it before, and they'll probably have to do it again. And what the hell? It's real faint. Oh, I wish I had a mic. I could completely see why these guys are spooked out here. I mean, yeah, I could see how this would play on your mind after a little while. That's nothing but solid woods out there. I don't know if you'd be able to see it. Let me see if I can turn my camera. Let me switch it out. Hang on. Oh, yeah, it's too dark. You wouldn't be able to see it. Oh. Let me walk out here and see if you guys that are here can see what I'm dealing with here. It's black. I get it. It's really dark. But that's... Oh, it's It's really dark here. Back up. And get my flashlight. And I'm going to see if you guys can pick up these sounds that I'm getting. We've gotten some really strange reports that have been coming out of this area in particular. I just ate really unhealthy snack from Buc-ee's. Now I'm all like sugar wired. I don't eat sugar hardly ever. When I do, I feel like I'm high or something. Well, I don't know how good this camera's picking that up, but you see this is all woods. Let's see if I can. This is the wrought iron fence that we use. This flashlight's going dead. Well, this is solid woods right here. That's all it is. Great. Nellie, you ran my flashlight down, girl. We were out there off Spicewood Springs doing a little walking around, or I don't want to call it boots on the ground, but you know, we were out doing stuff. So anyway, you can't really get a good look. You can't really tell what I'm dealing with, but it's solid woods back here. The hell was that? God, my flashlight's like dead. Oh. Well, if my flashlight was charged, this is a pretty powerful flashlight called a Stinger, and if it was charged, if it was charged, then you could probably see the woods out there like I do, see them a little more clearly. But we've gotten some really weird stories. I had someone reach out to me not too long ago, and he was very trying to be a real secret squirrel, you know, like I'm going to go out to these homeless camps and be like, hey, you know what so-and-so said, you know? But he was like, you can't tell people I told you this, blah, 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 you know? So he starts telling me and a couple of the guys that work out, not out here, but at another site. Well, he told them first, and then they told me, and then I talked to him. But basically that these people that live in these woods, they're feral, and that they do really weird stuff. And that some of them, not gonna lie to you, not these woods here, but that the woods where he's at, which would be over there near 360. But he was saying that those people out there, there's a coven of them, and they actually practice witchcraft. And according to him, his old roommate, he's not homeless anymore, but he used to be. He says that one of them is the leader of one of those, can actually shapeshift, and that he's seen him turn into this, his own words, not wolf, like he said it was hyena dog-like. And when he told me that, and I said, would you be willing to come on the show? And he says, absolutely not. He won't even let us use his voice, and doesn't even want me to say his first name. So obviously something scared the crap out of this guy. He's not a little dude either, but when you, whoa, okay, that was really loud. What the hell? Okay, now it sounds like dogs fighting with something. Oh, damn. And it's getting closer. Oh. I've gotten reports out here of something that sounds like a hog, which would make sense. I mean, there's hogs all over the place. And then something that's really large, and what the guards out here claim sounds bipedal, that crashes through the brush and comes really close to the fence at night. But I haven't heard those reports in a couple months. The other report I got out here, that's weird. Dude, oh man. I need to bring a microphone out here and set it up out here. Somehow, I gotta figure this out. That is really creepy. What the hell is, what could make that noise? and it's cold out here too. It's in the high 40s, and I'm walking around like a fool without a jacket on. I got one right here. The noises out here are just unbelievably weird. Hold on one second, folks. Don't go anywhere. You can hear me, but I'm just going to try and plug this flashlight in. God, the sounds out here are freaking crazy, man. It's not as bad, I guess, because you got some people with you. Like, you know, if I was out here by myself and I didn't have some backup, like there's 3 other people. If I didn't have some backup, I could be in some trouble. The patrol is also not too far away. If I needed them to call, I could call for backup. So it's not like I'm, you know, out here in the woods all by myself or something, you know, so it makes it a little less intimidating. But the fact that if you were over here and something happened, you could just be SOL, you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of unnerving to me. Like, there ain't no way to do this flashlight. Come on. This thing is dead. Oh, that's great. I have like 5 of these at the house. I should have brought one. It was charged. That's just super. Well, so now I'm out here like a dumbass without a flashlight. Ah, dang it. That was not smart. But I had everything prepared. Instead, all I had was some sugary snacks and, well, snack and a dead flashlight. Super duper security job here I'm doing. But one of the things that that we were told about some of these reports we got, I need to get this one person on the show. I'm trying to get her to do it. I think she might, but she believes that, and as a former homeless person, she believes that there's a network. Now, we know that there are tunnels, there are underground society underneath the city of Boston. And in fact, if you go to the Hancock Center, right there where the Sears used to be, you can just look it up on a map. You know, there used to be underground town hall. And a friend of mine used to do security at the Sears overnight, and he would have, his job was to go in there and check. And he saw a lot of weird stuff. Now, I've been in there before, and it is a weird place. It's very creepy, and there's like a whole like city hall down in there. It's crazy. I haven't been down there in like probably 15, 20 years, or somewhere like that. And I haven't been down there, but it is a very creepy place. And I keep hearing this noise. See, that's a different noise. That's not the noise that I was hearing earlier. That sounds like a screech or something. That's not an owl. Now I hear a dog barking in the distance. It's not what I heard earlier. Okay. This place is a trip, man. This place will bug you out, dude, for real, man. I could see why. This backside of this property, man, just watching out here. And the other day in broad daylight, it was crazy. Like, the guards reported, like, some homeless guy, big old homeless dude, like 6'5", just jumped over the wall and decided that he was just going to walk around through the job site until he was challenged by one of the guards. And then him and another guard escorted him off the property. And they get him halfway up the hill to walk him off the property, and he takes off running. He throws his what appeared to be a rucksack. If you're military, you know what that is. He threw it over the wall, and then he jumped it. Like he just ran, jumping, running start, and then jumped over it. And they said it was like crazy, like how athletic he was. And he looked like, they said that he just was big old long beard and just had all kinds of weird, like Viking looking tattoos on him. And they said he looked like something out of the movie or the show Vikings, and I was like, well, that's really weird. He didn't speak. He didn't offer to talk to anybody. He just kind of like, I'm not going to speak to you, well, what the hell are you doing on our job site, weirdo? And he was a very weird guy. It's twice now I thought I saw something moving on that side. And that is just chain link on that side. That's the weak spot of the wall. That's why I'm over here, because a lot of the trespassing comes from that side of the wall. And dang it. If I come here tomorrow night, I promise you guys, I'll come with the flashlight fully charged. And the noises out here, just it's weird, man. They're coming out of the woods, but they're not coming from this east side, which is thicker and deeper. They're coming from that way, which would be north of here, and not to the northwest. The west side is really deep down in there too, but they're coming from the northwest. And there's not a neighborhood back there. The neighborhood kind of goes like this, like around it in the back. So I don't know what would be something. That the woods are really deep right there. They go all the way up until you get to the shopping centers at I-35, and then it goes straight back and it keeps going down to another major street. And then probably, I would say probably two miles in, there's some houses or whatever. So it's pretty deep. So I mean, this is a huge wooded area, and there's no telling what could be back there. And I can tell you right now, the police don't go back there. They don't look. They don't care. They're not even, something happens to homeless people, they're like, oh well, like, don't be homeless. I guess that's their answer to it. I got mixed feelings about it. Like, part of me feels like, they're a nuisance and they cause a lot of problems, but also some of them I feel like they have mental issues, and there's drug abuse and alcoholism, and what do you do? What can you do about it? But let's read some of the comments here. It says, Wolf, what is your opinion on the Texas border right now? Oh, that's a loaded question. Mine, though, I can give you. It's pretty simple. Can y'all hear that? Can anybody hear what I'm hearing right now? It's got really, really cold on this side right here. Like, my right arm is like freezing, but my left arm is just warm, completely warm. That didn't make no damn sense. Oh, that's weird. There's like a fog, like a mist that's just kind of hovering, kind of hugging the wall over here, and it's just there by itself. Sorry for the camera work, folks. I'm not trying to be all cinematic here, but I guarantee I won't be able to show you because my phone sucks. Folks, I need you to donate money to me. I need cameras. I need very expensive cameras. I need microphones. And so I can do boots on the ground. I need a nice pair of boots. So if you'd please just give me money so that I could go and buy all these nice things, and then I'd tromp around the woods and talk to y'all. So I need about $7,000. I priced the cameras the other day at Big Box, and they said that they were going to cost $7,777.77. So I need y'all to go ahead and just give generously so that I won't be killed out here. I won't be unalived. My blood is on your hands if you don't give. That is the weirdest. And like, but seriously though, it's gone now. What the freaking hell? Oh my God, what was that? Oh my gosh. Okay, so what I just saw right now was like a weird like fog. I don't want to sit here and sound like Chicken Little, okay? Because I'm not. But I just saw it like it was hovering there, and I figured maybe it was like some sort of like. But it's gone now. This place is jumping, boy. You could, man. If somebody had, like, I don't know, man, to go out into those woods and like go exploring. My big fear would not really be running into a crypt. Well, you could, but it wouldn't be running into a cryptid. It would be running into these feral ass cannibals, you know. And when I say that, I'm not joking, man. We've heard like multiple people say that it's cannibalism that's happening, and that these people, you know, especially when it gets really cold, they don't care. And this guy, he was telling my guard that these feral people practice witchcraft, and that at one point he was living with them. He was like one of their. He lived with them. He was one of them. And I asked him point blank. I said, dude, I was like, did you yourself practice the witchcraft or whatever? And he says, no. He says, but it's real. And he said that he could prove it to me. Can't even get this thing open. Try to charge this thing. I wonder if my brother's flashlight works. Oh, there it goes. Dang, why is this thing so stiff? There it goes. Let me see if I can charge this baby. Look, daddy. Somebody out here smells like lotion. That's all right. Just ignore them. There's some of them weird ass city folk that just like to smell good. Try to think that they're better than us because they know how to go buy at the big box stores and the Bath and the Booty Works and the Pottery Barn. I'm sure glad we ain't like them, daddy. We go out and do boots on the ground. Yes, we do, daughter. Oh, man, what in the hell? This thing does not. Wouldn't you know it? Charger don't fit. Hot damn. It rains, it pours. So, anyways, so what I was told though about these people, and I'm not joking around. I'm not making this up. This is what I've been told by multiple people now that claim. There's always been these rumors, these weird rumors or whatever. But supposedly there are cannibals, and I've only heard this now twice from two different people about the coven thing. One of these women that lives behind one of our other sites, who fancies herself like Queen Boudica or some crap. If you don't know who that is, look it up. She was like the queen of the Celts, and they painted themselves blue and ran out butt-ass naked and fought the Romans. Which is kind of funny because we've compared this place to the wall on Game of Thrones and also to Hadrian's Wall, you know, the wall that separated the Romans from the Scots, because of what comes out of these woods. One of my guards was here one night, and they heard a bunch of people just start screaming and then howling. And I don't mean like, you know, like werewolf howls, like, you know, just howling, like, you know, and screaming and acting a fool. And he said it sounded like, you know, maybe 30, 40 people. And that was enough for him. He was like, okay, I really don't want to be out here, and I'm not going to work the East End, which is where I'm at right now, because people are intimidated. And I thought, well, this guy's probably just weak, whatever. But now, being out here tonight, I can kind of see why. I mean, this would be the spot for you to get ambushed. I mean, that right there is just, it's a clear shot. If somebody climbed that hill right there, which is kind of steep, but if they climbed it, they could jump that wall pretty easily. And we had another guard get a spear thrown at them. I'm not kidding. I'm not joking. And I'm damn sure not exaggerating. I'm being completely honest. This is not an exaggeration. He was walking his round about 2 months ago, and a spear was launched at him from somewhere in these woods by someone. We don't know who. It was not a makeshift spear that they like there's some people out there like the Flintstones making these spears. No, it was like a metal tip spear that they threw at him, and it's the kind you could get like at a sporting goods store, like Academy. I don't know if you guys have Academies where you're from, but it was broken, like the wood was broken on it, and it was launched at him, and he was just like, well, that's it for me. I don't want to be out here. So there are a few people who've worked out here and have done this site, and who have had nothing happen. Now, those people, though, don't typically sit here at night on the East End all night long. They patrol through. And to me, though, this would be the spot where something would happen. If it's going to happen, this is where it would happen. And so that's why I'm here. When we first broke ground at this site, there was another guy that was in charge of this company that we were working for. And that guy, his second told me that when they first were breaking the ground out here and they cleared out these woods, an enormous black cat was seen coming out of these woods. And I'm not kidding about this either. And the guy, he doesn't work for the company anymore, but one of the things he said was that this cat could have been upwards of 250 pounds. And I asked him to give me a description. Like I was like, the only black cat that would be in Texas would be a jaguar. Now, I've seen one just like a couple weeks ago. There's a little zoo right there in New Braunfels, and there is an enormous black, there's two jaguars there. One's spotted and the other one's black. And so I asked that guy, and he's a Hispanic guy, and I'll call him Marky. That's what everybody calls him, but I said it's not his real name. But I said, Marky, did it look like a jaguar? And he says, no. He said it was a cat, but the head looked kind of like a bobcat. And I was like, there are no, not even cougars would be out here. I just heard that. Now I'm hearing like a weird clicking noise, but that could be a hog because they click their tusks together. I just heard it again. Dang it. Wish I had the charger of this flashlight. So, you know what? Let me try this. Let me turn this on. Let me turn this off so you guys can hear. Let me turn the camera real quick and see if you guys can see what I see. Like, that's not going to help. It's just going to reflect. Hang on one second, folks. Let me turn this around. Oh, God, this camera is so horrible. Oh, you horrible camera. And that helps a little right there. I don't know if you can see the some weird stuff too. Like there is a tree out here. I wish I could show you. And the side branch of it looks like something. It looks like somebody like just took the top of it and snapped it off. And I don't even know how to describe it to you. I can't even. Like there's like three or four trees just right here where I'm at, and it just looks like something like snapped them off. Like, I wish I could get my camera focused good. I need a better phone, better camera. And do you see that? Like that one's broken right there, and that's been like that since we've been here. I can't get a better angle. Let me pull up to this right here. And maybe you guys can see what I'm looking at here. Take a look at this. Like, it's just weird. Like, that's all woods, man. That whole area is just, it's nothing but woods. And they're really thick too. And it goes back a long ways. So anyway, what I was saying though, and now I get sidetracked because I keep hearing noises out here. But what I was saying though was like, and I have to have the windows down so I can hear, but this side right here is really freaking cold for some reason. I don't know why the east would be so cold compared to the west. But one of these people, they told us a really freaky story about a black cat, an enormous black cat that was out here when they first broke ground. The guards that worked out here, and we had several different people work out here, nobody reported seeing anything like that. But we did have a guard that worked out here one night, and he was not a good worker. But I do believe what he said, because he said he heard like a roaring noise. And I said, roaring, like how? Like what did it sound like, you know? And because he wanted to put it on the report, and I said, well, go ahead. I mean, if you heard it, you heard it. But he said it sounded like a panther or a cougar. With the description that we were given by the crew, and I only talked to the lead foreman, not to the that was doing the clearing, not the crew itself. And this was like 2 years ago. But he claims that there was a black cat out here, and at night they would see yellowish, greenish yellow eyes coming from the woods. And I never did confirm that one way or another. I mean, people can say anything they want. That doesn't make it true. But I didn't argue with the guy, and I had no reason to be like, well, you know what, I don't believe you. I mean, it's just like anybody else's story. It's his story. But I did kind of find it odd that I couldn't, like I asked to talk to some of the people that worked with him, and he kept saying, yeah, you know, I'll get you in touch with him, whatever, and never did. And so, yeah, I thought that was kind of weird. It was like, you know, like he kept saying, yeah, I'll get you in touch with him, and they didn't. That was not forthcoming. But I mean, that doesn't mean he's lying. You know, it just means that, you know, maybe he got really busy. I don't know. People get busy, especially when they're doing jobs out here, you know, and they're working. One second, I'm gonna turn my steering wheel so I can put this back up. So, like I said, it doesn't mean that the guy's a liar. It just means that he got really busy maybe, and he didn't have time, and then he went on to another job. And while he was doing that other job, we just lost touch. So, I mean, that's probably, you know, and the guys that work on that crew, they go from job site to job site clearing the land. And so it's not like, you know, this guy, you know, has all this, you know, like I'm the most important thing in his life to try to get me the story. Okay, that sounds weird. Yeah, I think if I was like doing this, I mean, like the guards switch out. They don't always just stay in the same spot. But if you typically they stay like, half the shift on a spot and then they'll move around. But if I had to be out here every night on this southeast end, or in the northeast end, it would be here at the bottom, I think it would start to play on my nerves a little bit. It takes a lot to rattle me too. Like, I'm not sitting here like, oh, I'm terrified, I'm scared. Oh, whatever, man. Whatever comes out of that forest, dude, I'm not no snack. I can tell you that right now. I'm not a victim. There's a lot easier targets to go and munch on than me, believe me. So, go find somebody else to play with, because, if something happens, I'm not going down without a serious fight. You're going to know you've been in a fight. Eyes are made for poking. Something or someone attacks you, go for the eyes, man. Seriously. Take something sharp and put it in the eye. That would end it pretty quick. Things that live in the wild, predators, whether they're feral humans, Bigfoot, Dogman, or black cats, whatever they are, they need their eyes. I look at it like this, though. I mean, like, if you were out here and you weren't somebody that's like, I don't know, somebody formidable or whatever, I mean, like, yeah, I could see like being unnerved. And it gives you a different perspective. I've worked this site a couple times, but this part right here was like in the developmental stages when I worked it, and I didn't work an entire shift. So this is the first time I've worked, like, I'm working like long hours here. But part of the hours will be in the morning, so it's not so bad. But like, if I was here like every night, yeah, I would definitely change. I would do some things differently. That fog that was like floating. It was, I mean, you can't say like that's paranormal or whatever, because there is, moisture and precipitation and mist and things that will happen, and like fog can float by itself. But that was weird. It was like clinging to the wall, and then all of a sudden it just was gone. Like it just dissipated. So that was weird, and it got really cold on that side. So you start to think maybe, like, who knows? Like, I mean, this whole area and where we're at in the south side of town has always been like full of stories of weird stuff. You can't always, who knows? I look at the stories that we've gotten, though, over the years, and it has been over the last several years, weird reports from the homeless community and the things that they see. Could there be some validity to these allegations of cannibalism, things like that? Are there people living in the ground here? I don't know. I hear a lot of people talking about it, and like just different people mentioning it, and it's something that I wanted to do a show, maybe explore, a little further, but I'm trying to get a couple different people on the show. People are so reluctant, though, when it comes right down to brass tacks, to say, hey, this is what I know. They'd much rather give it to you and have you tell it, because, well, then it alleviates them, The one thing I'm going to tell you, folks, we got Tuesday, tomorrow night, we have a show coming up. It's going to be really good, and it's pre-recorded. It's already been done. It's going to drop tomorrow night. And then we have the normal Thursday show, which is part 2 with Steven Seagull. And Seagull will be on tomorrow night instead of Thursday, because Thursday I'm going on to Blondes and Booze. And we're going to interview Rod Nichols, who's a Bigfoot researcher. Should be pretty good. And then, because I met him at the dinner when we ate afterwards from the conference, the Paracon, the Lone Star Paracon from the Kling brothers. What does it say? Okay, great. Weird. So then we have Friday, which will be a guest, which I think is I'm not going to give it away. It's always a surprise. And then we have Sunday, which will be us retelling people's encounters, telling encounters, whatever. So we have a full slate next week, and that's going to be like that all through the month of February. So, but Saturday is going to be it's going to be really cool because Saturday we're going to have the UAP project kicks off, and we're going to have Christopher Jordan and Jason McLean. And I have not confirmed this yet, but I'm going to try and get Jordan to co-host with me on these. Like I'm hoping that he'll be there for every one of these. He's a member of MUFON, and he's really big into the UAP. So I think that it would be prudent for me to have him on as my, wingman when we do these interviews. We're going to do one every Saturday, and it'll be alive, and it'll be on YouTube. It'll be a YouTube exclusive. I say that because Tuesdays and typically Thursdays, but for this coming month and starting tomorrow, Tuesday and Wednesdays will be the podcast, which are available on all platforms, like 15 different platforms. So be tuning in for that. I did get a really weird report. I don't even know what to make of this one. It's such a bizarre story. There was a guy that was parked on a bridge, and it's right here in Austin, or at least close to Austin. And he was, and it reminded me the other day when it rained for like 4 or 5 days straight, and so myself and my wife decided to go down to Spicewood Springs and do a little exploring, and there's a bunch of little waterfalls. And it's really pretty. If you ever come to Austin, it's a really pretty drive, and it's out in the country. And so we went through there and we checked, and the water was like coming up over the bridges, but it was just low enough to where you could cross through. And so it wasn't too dangerous. And so we enjoyed, and Nellie took some pictures and stuff. But I remember just thinking, I was like, I had almost forgotten about this guy's story. He sent me a story of what, to me, this happened it happened here in Austin, but not at the same spot. And having gone to the place where he claimed that this happened, now it's like private property. They've kind of closed it off. You used to be able to drive up to it. And I don't want to say, because people live over there, and then, they'd be like, oh yeah, well, that guy said go over there and wander around. No, I didn't. But I'll do a little more digging into it. But what he claims is that this fish-looking thing, I can only say it was like, and I just started thinking about it. And so I messaged him a couple days ago, and I said, hey, get back with me so we can talk about this story. He hasn't yet, but I'm hoping that he will. And we'll see, because I only remember just getting the email. And from what and the real rough version of it, I'll give it to you, was that him and his friend's wife were going through this low-level water crossing, and they had to go really slow. And it was right after a serious rain. And I don't remember what year it was. He said it was like in October, which would make sense. That's kind of the rainy, time or whatever. Typically starts to rain here in October. And so he said that they were going over it, and this weird something, like I don't remember what exactly, like, I can't remember the whole story because I don't have it, I didn't commit it to memory, but I know that it involved like some sort of like fish looking thing. And I say looking thing, it was like a bipedal humanoidal creature with like a fish face, if that makes any sense at all. And no, I know it doesn't. But anyway, it ran up to his SUV and like put its hands, which were webbed, onto the SUV, and there was blood on the hands, and the mouth had like blood coming out of it. And from what I remember reading, there were like these he said 2 or 3 in the email that I got. And of course, I didn't do a real good job of going back over it. I just kind of like read it a little bit, and I didn't read the whole thing the second time around. And then I just messaged him and said, hey, get back with me. The guy's name is Sam. So if Sam gets back with me, I will retell that story on the show, and you'll get to hear it in its entirety. But it was really crazy. Like this fish-like creature slapped up against his window. I'm kind of laughing. I know it sounds silly, but he said that it was like, well, he described it as an amphibian, but with a fish-looking face. And it was like almost like it was trying to get help. And there were these 2 to 3, he couldn't see, he couldn't tell, I think, from what the email said, that were standing behind it, like they were chasing it. And they were very much squatch-looking creatures. And this happened just like right at dusk. And he said that it was, startling, and it was terrifying. And he said that he'll never forget the look of terror on the creature's face. So there was this amphibious looking being that ran up and slapped itself up against the window of the driver's side window, and his passengers screamed and freaked out. And I believe he said it was like, I don't remember what year, like in the early to mid 2000s, something like that. But like I said, I didn't do a real good job of going back and see, there's sirens going now, and whatever that is in the woods is going freaking bananas. Oh, dude, what is that? Can you guys hear that? It's like, oh man, I wish I could hear this. I have got to get a microphone into these woods. Problem is, I don't know who owns this. I do not know who this belongs to. I mean, this could be private property. I have no idea. Whoever it belongs to, they don't give a damn. I can tell you that. They'll give a damn once I stick something out there to try to get noise. Then they'll all of a sudden be like, oh yeah, it never fails. But anyways, the point is that this creature, and I don't want to give the whole story away, there was something behind it. And like I said, let me go back and actually reread that and get the story in its entirety. And then I can tell it on the show. I'll probably tell it on Sunday. But there's so many different stories that I want to get out. But yeah, that was just a freaky. Okay, that's the third time I saw something move over there. I'm not gonna. I want to say show yourself, but I don't. I really don't know if I should. It's not on the property, so my job is to watch the property. Huh. Okay, I just heard that. Okay, somebody's walking in these woods right now, folks. I'm not joking. I'm not even kidding. I may have to. Somebody's actually walking in the woods, and it sounds. Okay, this is nerve-wracking, dude. I mean, and it's, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of fun too, but it's like, so I just heard somebody walk like bipedal, and it didn't sound large, like a big, like a something. It sounded like how a person would sound, like a. When you do this crap long enough, you can tell. You know what I mean? You can just tell, like, when something sounds like a person, like, how big, you can kind of judge how big they are to a degree. And it stopped. The bullshitty thing is that they can see me and I can't freaking see them. Fuck. Excuse my language. Oh, God. This freaking blows. Because I know they're just beyond those trees. The question is why they see me, I'm sure. Why did they walk up? Why are they walking up? What do you want? This is wild. This is wild. But you know what? I don't feel alone. I'm not talking about the other guys that are out here on this site, but like I said, if I started screaming, like if you were like screaming for help, they might hear you. You know, this is a big place. Okay. Oh shit. Okay, I just saw something. I just saw somebody. I don't know what. I saw something brown. It could have been the top of somebody's head. I don't know what that was. So they're right there. Some bullshit right here, man. I know somebody's right there. After all see what I'm thinking is after all that commotion and all that, whatever the hell that was going out there deep into those woods, whatever that is, decided to come up here to be closer to the lights. It's not an animal, because no animal is going to come up here to be around all these lights. This building just got electricity like 2 or 3 days, like Friday or Thursday. So Eerie Vibe says, get out of there. Can't do that. No. I'm not like afraid. You don't get like that. I don't get that like scaredy whatever. It's like that fight or flight. There's no flight. It's just straight up. Whatever comes out of that woods is going to get the beating of its life. You better stay on your side of the wall, bro. I know that. Not even playing. Some weird, wild stuff. And see, I'm parked right here because this is where a lot of the supplies are. So if something's going to happen, they're going to walk off. So it's going to be right here. This is where it would be, right here. Yeah, sorry for the dead air, folks, but I'm trying to. I just saw movement again. Oh, yeah. I see you. Oh, I just saw it again. That looked like something metallic. Oh, dude, and whatever that is, back up in those woods is going crazy again. I don't know what that is, man. It's so, the noise it's making is like, I don't even know how to describe it. It sounds like, okay, I know you see me. The noise it's making is like, if a pack of dogs was fighting with a pack of hogs. Okay, like not even like coyotes, not that yipping noise that coyotes make. And then at one point it sounded like a freaking hyena. I'm not joking. It was like a freaking hyena. I know that one of our guards out here is a longtime friend of mine. I don't know if I should say his name. He probably doesn't care, but I'll ask him if he wants to come on maybe and just talk about some of the weird stuff he's had happen out here. This site and another site from this same company that we do business with, we had 4 different guards see something very bizarre at the other site, and I actually had him on the show one night to talk about what he saw. It was on a live stream, and then I had one of the female guards talk about what she saw. She saw a blue being come out of a light. Now, if one person tells you that, you're going to be like, okay, well, maybe this person's, but there were 3 other people that worked that site that claimed they saw something. And one of the people that saw that made fun of her at first until he had his own experience. That site from here is about maybe 2.5 miles to the south. So it's not that far. And there were reports of an orb. Okay, I just saw that flash again. It's long, whatever that is. My guess is what this is right here is a person. I'm gonna have to do this. Is going to be in my report, I guess. That is a person. I believe this is a person that came to get away from whatever the hell that was out there, and I think that they came up here to park themselves right there because of the lights. They saw the lights up here and they thought, you know what, I'm safer up here by the light because it's not an animal, and that's not no cryptid, I don't think. Although that was pretty tall, whatever it was. And I heard the footfall. But as long as they stay on their side of the wall, we're all good. The guard that I relieved also told me that he heard screaming and yelling and an argument going on this other side over here earlier. So he heard human voices, definitely. They were going back and forth. And, you know, we hear that quite a bit. What it is like two different camps. Like they'll have like an encampment, and like the other homeless people will walk through, you know what I mean? And they'll be like, dude, what the F you doing in my space? This is my space, you know? And they'll be like, you know, F you, whatever. And then there'll be some back and forth, and then they'll go their separate ways typically, but not always. Sometimes they'll start fighting. See, I hear that noise again, but it sounds like one animal making noise. Dang flashlight. You think I should go out there and yell? Just be like, hello? Mm-mm. If I go out there and yell, y'all better give me something for this. What y'all gonna give me? Give me something good. Mm-mm. This is weird. That's a weird noise. We need to get some like trail cams ain't gonna do shit. I know they don't ever do nothing, and you can't prove nothing with it. But like on a live, have like some microphones, like go out there into these woods and like put some microphones out there and see if you can capture the sounds. Like I said, I don't know who these woods belong to, and I'm not going out there and getting my ass shot by somebody. I will go up to the edge of this wall and scream now. I don't give a crap. Thank you for that donation. I appreciate that. Is you giving me $10 to do it? I don't think $10 is worth it to go and get my ass shot off. I don't think these people are going to shoot me, but I think that I don't know what it looked like to me. Whatever that was like, well, it was like probably about this long. If you see my hands, maybe a little bit longer. It looked like a blade of some kind. So whoever that is probably, and they're probably just trying to camp there and be left the hell alone, because whatever the fuck is in these woods scared the shit out of them. I ain't gonna lie, it unnerved me. I mean, I'm not sitting here shaking in my shoes, but I'm also in, 2-ton getaway vehicle. If something happens, I can just be like, but I mean, this is very unnerving. If something were to happen, you would have, like, okay, I'll give you another story, folks. Like one of the stories that we got, and we've been thinking about doing one for the homeless people. We got to get some of them that are willing to talk to us, and not just talk to us. Like I had one that talked to me in the guard, and we were sitting at this place called Freebirds, right there on Congress, and they sat there and told my guard and my nephew, one of my nephews, that they witnessed what looks like, and they were camping out on the edge of town in an area called Del Valley. And Del Valley has a lot of weird stories out there because it's where the old Air Force Base was. And what the freaking heck is that? Oh no, I heard that. That sounded like a weird echoing howl. But he claimed that there were these people, but they looked. This is a story, like I said, not something that I'm like sold on, because when he found out what we did, and we were all sitting there eating, and my wife wasn't with me that day, and it was like I don't remember what happened. She was at the house, but I had to go pick up my nephew, and we were talking. He said there's this homeless guy that hangs out over there in that area, and he's going to tell you a story. And I said, okay. And so we're sitting there eating, and he starts telling us that over there in Del Valley, there was actually a group of these. They looked, the way he described them, were like inbred mutants, and that they actually painted their faces white. And that they would come out, and you would see the white of their faces, and they would come out and chase people off of their encampments, the other homeless people, and they would take all their stuff and then fade back into the woods. And that area is huge, heavily wooded area where no one goes other than the homeless. And so you would think, like that would be a prime hunting ground for these, whatever they are. Thank you for that donation. What does it say? Give this man some donations. I mean, that's cool. It'd be nice of you, but if you don't, you don't. I'm not here to get donations, but I'm just here to not be alone, I guess. But one of the things that's really weird to me is that you hear these stories over and over again, that there's like these tribes. They're like tribal, and I think that it's nobody's talking about it. Like it's not something that people are going out and they're not investigating it. Like nobody's doing that. One of these guys that used to work for me, his name was Bagwell, and he years ago, he worked for me like a long time ago, probably over a decade ago, and he was a really good guy, and he was from Houston, and apparently he had lived here in Austin before. And one of the guys, another guy that worked for us, gave him a ride one day, and he got a flat tire. And Bagwell, I guess at that point, he didn't tell us that he was homeless, but he walked into one of these homeless camps near a place called Barton Springs, and the other guard, I think his name was. I don't remember his first name, but I don't want to say his last name. I just told you the other guy's last name. But anyways, his first name was Kyle. But anyway, Kyle told us that this dude actually took him into the woods and walked down a trail. He says, I got a little unnerved. He goes, I'm not going to lie. And then he goes, then it opens up into this clearing. And there was like an entire city there, like a town, like a whole little town within a town. And he said there were probably like 100 people in there, like all crammed together in these little tents. And it was like a little tent city. And this was like years ago, right? Like over 10 years ago, 10, 11, maybe even 12, probably about 12 years ago, right? So these guys went in there, and he says, dude, he talked to a guy, and the guy came out, and gave him a freaking tire. Like, I mean, literally the guy had like, you know, whatever. And he had a bunch of tires there, you know, like he would sell them. And I'm going like he had a business inside of this little town. He goes, not really. He goes, but the guy had like all kinds of stuff. And he said, hey, I know where I can get a tire for you. And he took him and this guy sold him a tire. And there were tires all around this encampment to kind of block, you know, whatever off. But some of these tires were like decent tires. So it was just a weird story. Like when he told me that, so we called him Bags. So I went to Bags and I said, Bags, where were y'all at? And he says, oh, well, he goes, I used to have a drug problem. And I'm like, okay. So it would be good to know, you know, before you started working for me. I didn't say anything about it because, you know, people have problems. They go through stuff, but he didn't have a criminal record. We run background checks. And the guy said, he says, look, I used to have a problem, you know, and so I ended up homeless. I lost my house. And that's why my wife and kids live in Houston. And I'm back here because I tried to get back with her and it didn't work because too much water under the bridge, right? So he says, look, I was living here in Austin and I was homeless back in 2005. And so he said at that time, he's like, I ended up falling in with these guys and they have a whole encampment right there. And I know where it's at. I've never, like, I haven't gone in there because I have no reason to, but it's a big place. And I don't think that was one of the ones that was swept away by the state troopers. So it's probably still there. But this guy that was there, he had like rims and tires and stuff, and they used them kind of like as a border, like to go around the you know. And so it's just crazy, dude. Like it's really crazy. And so then he was also homeless temporarily in Houston. And so when I talked to this guy, I said, "What happened when you were in Houston? Was it the same as it was here?" And he says, no. He goes, dude, the homeless here, they're much more aggressive and there's a lot more of them. Even though Houston's a much bigger city, he said Houston is more like they crack down on them more. You know, they don't take their shit. But here in Austin, he goes, they're hyper aggressive, dude. And he says that it's real easy to get messed up by them. And like somebody, you know, could hurt you. And so, you know, he's like, our job can be quite dangerous at times, you know, because of the problems here. One of the guys that worked for me recently, Clough, like he said that he would hear weird noises and stuff I hear, but he didn't really elaborate. And I haven't asked him since then, since we talked about it once or twice, and then kind of that was it. Very, very busy. December and January up to this point has been balls to the wall busy, and I haven't had time to chit chat much. But he did say that when he was on this east end, that it was creepy and it would creep him out. And he said that there was some noises that he would hear at night, you know, here, and he just kind of said it in passing. But when I pushed him to tell me a little more about it, I think what it was is he had to work here, so he didn't want to talk about it too much. But I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna now after tonight I'm gonna ask him. I'm going to question some of these other people that have worked here, and some people that don't work for us anymore that we're still cool with, you know, that because most of the people that have worked for me, like they know that they can come back to work anytime they want if they want to work, because the ones that are really good and trustworthy, you know, we just have like an open door policy as long as they stay in good standing, keep their stuff active, and they can pass the backgrounds and drug check, you know, checks, all that. But yeah, I mean, what is it? St. Morgan says, when I was in Galveston, a cook at IHOP said that a homeless are like zombies and will try to bite you. It was scary. He called the police. Yeah, they do. And if you go to the episode on the show about zombies, we were talking about how they sway back and forth, and when they would take that drug, one of the drugs they took was called Spice. And then there was another one that they took. I forgot the name of it. It had a funky name to it. I just heard another weird noise. God, man, this place is like, it is unnerving. These woods are freaky, man. It's freaky stuff out here. At least it keeps you up, though. Like, it keeps you awake. Like, you couldn't be sitting here sleeping. Like, if you're sitting here sleeping, you're freaking retarded, dude. Okay, I'm telling you right now. Like, you're just like one of those people that would just be like, yeah, I heard there's sharks out here, but I'm gonna go swimming out here because I ain't scared of no great whites. You know, I mean, you'd just be really stupid to be out here sleeping. I could see one of these bozos on the other side doing it, but not. What do you think, folks? Should I go out there and yell? There's Cluffy. He says also activity will spring up at times out of nowhere. There's Cluffy right there. So Cluff, you're on the chat right now. Yeah, you did tell me that there was some creepy stuff out here. So did Clark. Everybody out here has had weird stuff happen. Scorpion told me he would hear. Scorpion told me a weird story. I don't know if Scorpion's out, if he's working. I know he's working right now, so he's probably, but he's got his own nightmare to deal with the homeless over there. But I know that he told me a really freaky story out here one night that he heard some dude. Okay, I got to get him on the show to tell you this story for sure, man. It says, hey, nah, don't yell out there unless you want to deal with the weird stuff out there. Yeah, probably right. All right, Clough, give me $100. I'll go out there. I'll scream. Something yells back. Shut up. Oh, man. Kimberly says, just out the window. Don't get out of the truck. Maybe that's how we should do it. I just had a great idea. That's how we should do a fundraiser. We should do a fundraiser. We have the guard out here screaming and yelling into the woods. And the more money you give them, the more they scream and yell. But then something happens and they throw a freaking spear at us or some crap. And then that's a problem. I just saw some movement again. Oh, God, I wish my flashlight worked. Holy shit. I just heard a whoop, like a loud whoop. I just heard it again. What was that? What was that? Clough, when you were out here, did you ever hear that whooping noise? Thank you, Liberty, for that donation. I appreciate it. Oh. And I'm telling you right now, somebody is right over there behind those trees. But I don't blame them. I mean, I would have come up here to the wall too to get away from whatever the hell that was. Folks, whatever the freaking F that was out there, and I don't cuss this much normally, but I just saw a flash. God, this is weird. Dude, this is a weird place. This is a weird ass place, dude. Yeah. Yeah, with the coyotes, there's been no coyotes tonight, Clough, at all. That's one thing that everybody says. There's always coyotes out here fighting with stuff. I'm not hearing any of that. I'm just hearing these weird noises. Tripping up on you. What do you think? The face in the crowd. Yeah, I agree. You know, it's crazy because, like, I don't remember what I was saying now. Lead tracker E, if I hit it with my headlights, it just bounces off of that wall. You can't really do much. So Clough says it'd be weird, like coyotes be yelping and crap, and then like out of nowhere they get quiet. Yeah. See, Scorpion heard that one night. He heard like coyotes. That's what I was talking about. Scorpio was out here. Ah, oh, damn, I just heard it again. That sounds like that hyena. It's like a what the freaking hell is this? Oh man, I wish I had a mic out here, dude. So one night, Scorpion was out here, and I need to get him on the show to tell you this story. This is a freaky story. There it is again. It sounds just like a freaking hyena, dude. Like a... Oh, God. Jesus, help me. This is so freaking freaky, dude. Okay, back to what I was saying. There it is again. It's getting closer. And that, whatever that was, just moved. This has got to be a person right here. That noise is that... Okay, so I think there's a person right here, and I think that they're moving around like they're restless or something because they heard that noise. What on God's green earth is that noise? Oh, that's loud. That is that. Okay. So now there's like a dog barking back at whatever that was. It's like clapping back. But it's barking so... it sounds like a humongous dog. Clef over here making jokes. You're just making jokes because you ain't out here. You were all scared out here too, big boy. Quit acting. I'm sorry. We were like ships passing in the night, though. We didn't really talk about it because we just had so much going on. It was like Christmas time, and it was like slammed. We were just slammed with work, and I thank you and Larry for both. Larry's worked out here too. I don't know if he's covered this northeast end down here though. This sucker out here is spooky, boy. This is creepy. Okay. No, I'm okay. I'm fine. I'm just okay, they just moved. Okay, now I'm positive. I'm almost positive that's a person over there. They moved the trees. Okay, I'm whispering now. I'm over here whispering, but I know that's a person over there because I think they just moved the trees. I don't blame them. I mean, they're not on my property, so I'm not worried about it, but I don't freaking blame them because whatever the F that is out there, I would not go... You couldn't pay me to walk out into that woods. I would just not do it. No way. No way. Somebody says you would have been scared if you were with me the night on the road going to summer jam camp out in Maine, come across what I seen. Shoot, what did you see? I mean, who the hell knows? I mean, I don't know how I would react. You know, I can only say what's happened to me. I mean, at least this is keeping me up. I thought, man, I really thought this was going to be just like an uneventful and kind of boring night. And so what ended up happening, I'll get to Scorpion's story in a minute. What ended up happening was I just pulled up and I was like, doing my rounds, and I brought my brother some food. And so we were just like sitting there talking, whatever. And I told him, I said, I'm going to go around to the back side of the property. And he said, well, I just heard a voice. I'm really tempted to just go and talk to that person. I know that's a person, they're probably scared out of their freaking mind, bless their hearts. I mean, I'm over here behind the wall. Oh, dude. Oh, dude. I just heard a howl, like a weird... There it is again. It's echoing in the woods. Honestly, dude, if I would let that person sleep over here if it was my property, but it's not. I don't own this, and I don't make the rules, and I cannot allow an intruder on my property. Holy crap, dude. So anyway, he tells me, he's like, where are you going to go post up at? And I said, well, I'm going to go to the backside and do rounds. And he says, well, Stefan's got the west side, which is the spot. Oh, crap, there it is again. It's that large dog sound. They're going back and forth, whatever they are. So, okay, so he said, like, what in the freaking hell is that? What is that? There's like two things going back and forth, dude. It's really, really weird. So anyway, so he says, he goes, Stefan's got the west side, which is where the soft spot was at one point before, because this side was not even built yet. And so that was where our focus was. And now the focus is over here. So I told him, I said, I'm going to be on the northeast side. And he says, well, good luck, and make sure that you keep your head on a swivel. That's where a lot of the weird stuff happens. And we've had people come onto the property. It gets weirder though, folks. It gets a lot weirder. One of them told my brother, one of the homeless people that walked through here one night and allowed these guys to escort him off the property. And he was actually thankful. And he said that he was like, he goes, dude, just let me get out of these woods. And my brother, who's literally right, like he's at he's the lead guard at the guard check right now. And then there's another guy at the top of the hill. So Clough says, freaky part is when the trees will move over past the area when it dips. Yeah, it is weird where it dips. Yeah, the trees have moved over here. So what I'm thinking, Clough, is that there's a person right there, but they're there because they're trying to get the hell away from whatever it is back there that's going crazy. So this guy, he comes out of the woods and his eyes are just like bugged out, and they thought he was on meth or something. And they were like, you know, hey, you can't be here, it's private property. He goes, look, dude, just let me cut through, please. I'm begging you. He's like, I just need to get the hell out of these woods. So when he's walking through, and so my guard turned him over to one of the other guards, which is the west end guard, the one that's got the easy spot, which used to be the soft spot. Now it's well covered. There's cameras too, right? There's cameras out here. So he takes him and he walks him up the top of the hill. What he tells the west end guard, he goes, dude, he's like, thank you so much for just letting me cut through. And the guy's like, you know, we told him no problem, just don't make it a habit. He goes, don't worry, I will never, ever come through here again. He goes, those woods, there's something out there. And he's like, and something was following me. It stalked me. And he goes, and what did it look like? He goes, it was large and black. It was on 2 legs, and then it was on 4 legs. He goes, and I don't even know what it was. He goes, and when I shined my light, it went behind a tree and kind of faded into the darkness, and I couldn't see it. He's like, and then I heard this crunching, popping noise. And that was it. Well, when Scorpion was out here one night last year in the summertime, there was a lot of activity, and these trees had, you know, leaves all over them, so you couldn't see shit. And so Scorpion was down here doing his rounds because we had caught somebody stealing copper. Well, that's a big problem in this industry, right? So he comes down and I just heard somebody clear their throat. That's probably the person that's camped right there. I feel sorry for that person, honestly. I really do. To hell with, I would not want to be homeless out here. This is bad. I would not. There's something out there. I don't care what anybody tells you. Monsters are real, okay? I get enough stories. Believe me, I know. And these people aren't all lying. They're not all crazy, okay? And some of these people that I talk to, and I work with them all the time, and Scorpio is one of them. And Scorpio told me, he says, dude, he goes, I heard this popping, crunching noise as I was doing my rounds in the back of the property. Where he was at would have been about 50 yards that way, going toward the other end of the, like it's so far down to the west end of the property that I can't see it from here. Okay, so I just saw something move. Now, great. I got to go check it out. Okay. Well, come with me. Anyways, he hears a popping, crunching noise. The joys of security, right? The joys. Oh man. So he hears a crunching, popping noise, and then he goes, when I went back up the top of the hill, he's like, I heard it again. And he's like, and I heard it for about 2 hours. And he goes, and it honestly sounded like something was eating something, but it was so loud, it was crunching. He said it sounded like teeth. clicking and chewing and biting something. And he's like, and he goes, and I'm not kidding. He goes, I heard it like most of the night. I heard it. And he's like, I didn't leave the guard shack. I don't blame him. See, like right here.
Warning. This area is monitored by security.
No shit.
You are trespassing on this property.
So anyways, he said that he heard this noise.
Police have been notified.
It's me, dumbasses. So he said that, and this is the soft spot right here. The only thing is this bowl, you can't see what I'm looking at, but I'll try to turn the camera towards you. So you can see maybe, it's so dark right here, you can't see. But there's the wall right there. And then that's our camera system. And so there's this bowl right here. And like this hill was unprotected and people would just walk up in it. But now they finally fenced it off, walled it off. For what good it's going to do. If these people want to come through, they're going to come through. But honestly, I'm going to be honest with you. Out here, I'd rather like see a person, than whatever the hell is out there in those woods making all that noise. Holy shit, man. All right, so I'm going to go up to the edge of these woods. See, and that's another thing too, like the guards will be in one area. And what you just heard was our camera system basically saying, warning, back off, blah, 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 whatever. We have some camera systems here that are monitored off-site. And if they see some, so if they see something, see, that's that large dog that's been just a lot closer now. But if they, and it'll go to me and one of the field captains. And then they'll, okay, so I'm going to talk to somebody over here if this person is here. Hello? Hello? Hey, look, if you're there, I'm not trying to cause problems for you. What's going on? Hey, just doing my job. Just don't cross the wall. We're good. Oh. What the hell? Okay, that's a lot heavier than a human. Hey, look, if you're a person, just say, hey. I don't want any problems. Okay. They're not going to answer me. I'm going to know there's somebody right there. Man, oh man. So anyways, the guards will get like an alert, and the cameras will pick something up, like moving onto the property, and then it's gone. And sometimes it's not a person, and sometimes when they call you and they tell you, they'll say that there's some sort of animal or something that moves in front of the camera. And sometimes the animals are large, which is really weird, because one of the people we talked to, and obviously he's of Indian descent, he was like, I could barely understand the guy, but I got to know his supervisor pretty well. And he was saying that he saw something move in front of one of the cameras, but it wasn't a dog. It was dog-like. So I'm like, oh, that's great. That's lovely. So something that he couldn't describe. Yeah. And then he couldn't give me any more than that. Freaky stuff, dude. Yeah, we'll So when I went out there and I started to talk to the whatever it was, how far away is my backup? Well, I got one that's about 70 yards away, but they're up in the front in a guard shack, and they probably wouldn't hear me unless I called them. And then there's another one that's, like I said, from me, probably 200 yards away. And then the other one's even further away, probably like 275 yards. So yeah, you're on your own, dude. There's not going to be much help. Um, you know, I don't know. So yeah, really weird stuff. So some of the stories that we've gotten out here, though, like the crunching, popping noise that Scorpion heard for hours, and it was like he heard it. It was so loud. It was at the bottom of the hill. And he said that from where he was at, it was probably 100 yards, probably, but he could still hear it. Like something was chewing and crunching and popping something, and it went on for hours. So, yeah. They've also found, one of the workers here found what looked like a chewed up, gnawed on skeleton of a deer, one back in the summertime, and they found like pieces of it scattered on the property. So I don't know what the heck that is. But yeah, so they were sitting there telling me all these weird stories one night when I was working at a different property. And it was another property in a place that was called Manshak or Menchaca. And the guards out there, I worked that property a few nights in a row just to see what the deal was, because everybody was telling me that they were hearing this weird howling noise that was coming from the woods. So that property was even more heavily wooded than this. It's like the edge of suburbia, and it's actually a place that is a suburb of Austin, but it was very much like very rural, like a small rural town. And then right across this little highway, or I won't even call it a highway, this glorified, what the freaking hell is that noise? It's like a glorified county road. And it used to be 2 lanes, and they just expanded it a little bit right outside of Menchaca. And what I just saw like a shadow. That has to be something spiritual. That can't be a physical thing. That's the creepy thing, though, is like if these things can manifest as physical, then, if you know the truth about these things and you're like me, then you know that just because something is spiritual doesn't mean that it's not going to manifest as something physical. These things can actually manifest as physical. And that's the truth, folks. I don't care what anybody tells you. Don't let them lie to you, and then you get yourself hurt because you believe some nonsense. So anyways, I worked out there like 2 or 3 nights. My wife did too. And we both worked at different times. And like a couple nights, didn't hear anything. Nothing happened, nothing at all. But then one night, we heard this, me and her were together one night, and we heard this whooping, howling noise. And there's a lot of woods around there, big time. And then one of our guards sees this, the way he described it was like a rangy, wolf-like creature that jumped the fence, like went up to this. There was a very tall fence, like a very tall chain link fence, like the height of these over here. I don't know if you saw it. My camera's so bad, my flashlight's not working. Dang it! If I had a better flashlight. But they're about 8 foot tall, and this thing went up to the edge of this fence. It was on 4 legs, and it just like stood up, paws up, kind of judged it, and then jumped over it like it wasn't anything. And he says, dude, this creature ran straight across his property real fast, like a blur. And then that was confirmed by one of the guys that used to be the superintendents there. Said that, yeah, one night his workers were working really late. It was toward the end of the build, and they were pushing, trying to get it finished. And he said that they stayed the night there, and they heard this god-awful howling, shrieking noise coming from the middle of the property. And then something went up to one of the doors where they were at, like it knew that they were in there, and it started to scratch on it and push on it. And the next day, when they came out, the door was all jacked up, and so they had to change the door. I didn't get a picture of the door, and I didn't see it because we were only there at night, and then we worked the day shift on the weekends. So, but I believe them because the guy that was there was like a no nonsense guy, and he was not a person that would just like make up something like that. And he told me, he says, I know you got a show you do about the paranormal is weird. He goes, there's some weird stuff that happened out here. And he told me about it. And so, yeah, that's a weird story. But like, I was hoping to, once I'm done, I have 2 projects going with this company, very large projects. This particular project here has 7 guards that are here, 4 at night and 3 during the day. So you have 7 people on this project because it's huge, and there's a lot of weird stuff in this. And there's cameras and everything. But when you look at these stories and what people give you, you know, I thought once I'm done with all these projects, I'm going to dump a bunch of stories out there, but I just gave you a handful of them, but I got more. Believe me, I do. I have a lot more. This isn't it. This is the tip of the iceberg. I can tell you there's some weird stuff going on. What I thought was going on out in these woods was just people moving around. Now I'm wondering if maybe there's more to this than just people. I think there might not be people here. Nobody in their right damn mind, anyway. I'm not hearing the noise now, thank God. I wish you guys could hear what I heard in the distance. It literally sounded like something fighting, like 2 different creatures fighting, and then there was like a dog, a large dog, with a very deep guttural voice. And I say voice because dogs have voices. They bark, and it was barking very loudly at whatever that was. But one of them sounded like a hyena, and the other one was like a shriek. And you know, you got to wonder, like, why would there be a hyena out here in the woods in Texas? And this is on the edge of, like, you know, like we're on the edge of town here. What the heck is that clinking noise? Oh, that was weird. I mean, you hear all these weird the stories about metal clinking in the woods, and you know, there's all these tales that we get that people tell you about the homeless and about them living underground and doing all kinds of weird stuff. And I just heard a metal clanking noise. Okay, so I'm gonna drive around the other side of the property. Take my Titan and go around the other side and check. And then I'll come back here because, like I said, I believe this is the weak point. If something's going to happen, this is where it's going to be. There's a lot of material here, and that's why we're here, to protect it. Got to protect the client's interests, right? That's why they pay the big bucks. Just another one of our camera systems. This has been a very exciting night. I mean, that was I promise you folks, I did not expect any of that at all. Like this is I'm driving now, I'm going like 8 miles per hour, and I just crossed over the one building. There's the closest guard right there. It would be in the shack right there. And if I had a better camera, I could show you exactly. These woods are just so thick. And they're so deep. Whoa, what in the freaking heck is that? What is that? There's something hanging from one of these trees. Oh, dude. dude, it's a mask. What in the freaking hell? None of the guards reported that to me, but I guess it's not on our property, is it? Okay, so there's a Halloween mask hanging from one of the trees in the woods over here. All right, so that is just weird. Reading the reports too of what we, oh man, that is weird. That there's like a trail right there that always freaks me out when I go by there. There's like this trail that goes, it's like a deer path or something. Reading the reports too, man, like, you know, every morning the guards drop the reports and you read them, and there's some weird stuff on there sometimes, man, like really freaky weird stuff. Let's go check on this guard here. Okay, he's not at his station. He might be at the top of the hill with the other guard, which is not where he's supposed to be. Huh. He could be in the restroom. I just saw him right before the video started, before I did my video. So this place, there is a lot of weird stuff out here. It did not disappoint. I was kind of half looking forward to working this site because I wanted to see what everybody was talking about. And I didn't want to say anything to you guys until I was here and I actually witnessed it or experienced it for myself, because I didn't want to sit here and be like, okay, something's supposed to happen, you know? But once it started happening, that's when I was like, you know what, I'm going to do a video about this. Hold on one second, folks. Buenos dias. You don't have to come out. I'm just I'm doing a video, a live video. Oh yeah, on YouTube. Heard a lot of weird stuff in the back. Now I know what you guys are talking about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Freaks you out sometimes.
Sure the hell does, man.
Well, you hear something, other guards might be here, but then it doesn't sound like a guard. You don't know what the hell you're listening to.
Yeah. Yeah, it is really weird, dude. Did you know that I was live?
No, I didn't.
No. Yeah, I was in the back, and I was, you know, Clough and everybody that's been out here has been telling me about the weird reports of the weird stuff happening out here, and so I just thought maybe I'd come and check it out myself. That's part of why I'm here tonight. I mean, you know, we had a guard that called in sick, and then, you know, Kenneth had to leave, so I just figured, you know what, why not? It was a good time to go and check it out, and now. Yeah, it is really spooky. This northeast end, y'all ain't lying, man. It is really creepy back there, dude.
Oh yeah.
Oh man. Hold on one second, folks. Let me get out. So this for the folks that are here, I'm at the guard shed, and this is the lead guard. Now tell me what some of the things are that you hear out here.
There's a variety of stuff. I mean, even just walking around, like if there's any wind at all, you know, you'll hear like, it just sounds like people whispering or something sometimes, or like you're walking in the back there, especially when it seems like since they turned the power on, there's light now. It's like not as
spooky.
like some of it goes away or something when the light's there, you know. But when it was like pitch black back there, but that wooded area, boy. You just walk around and you would hear like, you know, I don't know, just weird things. You hear a sigh or something when you step and you like stop. You like turn, like what? And then you hear like whispering, like somebody talking, or usually it was like a conversation. Maybe.
Yeah, I thought I heard somebody talking out there.
But then sometimes you'll hear something like a whisper, and it'll sound like the voice was maybe, you know, addressing you, or
Yeah,
it's
I
like,
heard that
what?
earlier. The thing that I kept hearing too, like deep down in those woods go back pretty far.
Yeah.
I kept hearing like what sounded like a hyena or something, like making noise.
Oh yeah.
And then I heard this what sounded like I don't know how to describe it. It was like seeing right now. I'm up here and I just saw like a flash on the
yeah.
that east side is like, it's got a lot of weird activity. I kept seeing something next to me too, like moving, like when I was in the garage. I heard what sounded like a really large canine, like a dog or something, but like really deep and loud, and it was barking at whatever that hyena noise was. And then
Yeah, I've had that happen. Might be, you know, the one gentleman that works here who also lives here. He's got a big dog, but I think it might be him because he's got a real kind of a deep bark. But like when he does that thing where he's growling, and
I thought that he was up at building 2 though.
yeah, he is.
No.
I mean, sometimes he'll walk him late, you know, and he'll just
In the woods?
Oh, not in the woods.
No, this was coming from the woods.
But yeah, I've heard that the sound, and I thought it was his dog, but I mean, I don't know. It sounds weird. It's like,
Well, it's probably better just to tell yourself that.
it's got the deep, you know, voice like his dog has, but I've never seen him make that noise
Yeah.
when he's out just running around. He's usually pretty friendly and playful.
Yeah, he seems like a pretty good dog. This dog doesn't sound very friendly.
No.
And what I heard, folks, it didn't sound like a domesticated dog. It sounded like something else. And I'm not saying it was some werewolf dog man or whatever, but it sounded like a feral dog, like an actual dog.
I mean, if it had actually been him, I was going to tell the dude, hey man, I like your dog, but that's some scary sounding shit. You know? I was going to tell him if I heard that like outside the porta potty and it was late and I was in there, I would freak out, you know, like if he was right there. It sounds scary, whatever it is.
Yeah, it is. It does. It sounds large and scary. At least you're not out here by yourself anymore. We're not just with one guard. You have people out here.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so it makes it a lot easier. But like I was telling the audience, and we're live right now. We got 374 people.
Yeah.
What I was telling the audience too, though, was that you're so far from me, and this is like 250 yards from.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I mean, you know. Call Stefan and find out where he's at. I just checked on him. I didn't see him in the patrol car.
Yeah, he might have been in the porta potty, or if he went inside, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll find out where he's at, and he needs to be careful on that back end.
Oh, yeah.
The west end isn't as scary now because it's been lit up and whatever for a while, but this east end is, man, to hell with that shit. Excuse my language, folks, but goddamn, it's wild out here. This is not. This is like, I'm actually glad that I came out here to do this because, like, I actually heard some really freaky stuff, dude. That screeching noise out there too. What in the hell is that?
Well, either coyotes or hyenas that are back there, they get real loud sometimes.
Yeah, I didn't hear the coyotes. Like,
Yeah.
I've heard the coyotes before. You know, we've worked in sites where we've heard coyotes. That shit wasn't coyotes. I don't know what that was.
What's that? What did you talked about before? It makes a weird noise or whatever to like draw people in, I guess.
What is it called again?
Was it Lechusa or something?
Lechusa. I mean, I'm laughing, but I don't know. I mean, I guess tell Gilmore that I was looking for him. I'm gonna go finish my rounds. I'm gonna go up to the top. If you need me, I'm 75 yards away, I guess. Tell him that I'm very disappointed in him for not being out here. Oh, he's in the back patrolling? Tell him I'm very disappointed in him. I was very spooked and very scared, and he was nowhere around. Yeah, why is he? He's a big dude, man. I could use his help. All right. All right, I'll be back around in a minute. I'm gonna do another round. Folks, this place is creepy. I'm not gonna lie. This is, we have a female guard that works out here, but she's pretty tough, man. She's like RoboCop. And so I'm gonna talk to her and find out what kind of stuff has happened to her, if anything. I haven't asked. She hasn't, said much about being out here. But I think she usually posts up on the other side. But whoever gets this part over here, this east end where I'm heading back to, man, this place is so huge, man. I wish I could show you on the camera. Like, you can't really get a good gauge of how, that's a very creepy place. Very creepy place. And like these noises that we're hearing out here. And you take that and you take all of these noises and you take, and like right here, just parking right here. This is like just a creepy place. And you take all these noises and stuff, and then you couple it with the stories you've been given, about these weird feral people, and you hear stories of cannibalism and sorcery, shape-shifting, and just who knows, like he was saying, you hear something that says your name, your voice, or a voice that says your name. There's about a half dozen guards that have told me that they've been walking through here. Now you tell me this, if these are just homeless people out here in these woods, which I'm sure there are, because I think one of them is just right there, because they're, whatever, they came up here by the lights because they're scared of whatever's out there. But if these were just homeless people and you're walking through there and you hear them say your name, how do they know your name? And like one of the guys that we had working out here, he worked out here for 2 days and they said his name. Now, that would freak me out. That would really freak me the hell out, because you've only been out here for 2 nights, not even enough time for the other guards. All says name. That, I was perturbed and I was aggravated, and they didn't actually quit. They wanted to be transferred to another site, which I don't blame them. And this site does pay more. Unfortunately, it doesn't pay me more. But it is what it is, right? Okay, I just heard something right now. So I'm back at my original spot where I posted up at. I hope you guys can hear me over the sound of the heater. Junior says, tune in next time, Wolf versus Wild. Yeah, but so what we ended up hearing here, I guess, more than anything, is voices. Now, I heard it out here earlier. Like when I first got here, I did my round, and then I decided to go for a walk along the wall, and I heard what I thought was talking, and I chalked it up to homeless people, or just they're out in the woods or whatever, and that's what's happening. But no, I honestly think that there's more going on out here than I thought before. Now I'm sitting here going like, okay, I kind of, I came out here thinking kind of like, you know what, there's all these guards out here and they're hearing things, and they're saying that there's something out here, there's whatever, and I didn't disbelieve them. It wasn't like I didn't believe them. I've heard so many stories, but I did have a weird, like kind of like a not weird. It's not weird to feel a disconnect, because you're not really, because it's like you're just hearing the stories, but you're not really dealing with it. But I have dealt with this on other sites, but this was like instantaneous. Okay, like folks, I'm telling you, instantaneous. And I'm not one of those people who's like a ghost hunter. I'm gonna go on location, go look for ghosts, whatever. But like from the time we got here, or I say me, from the time I got here, like for the first like hour, I just was hearing noises coming from the woods. And I'm not talking like just your standard like coyotes yelping, whatever. I haven't heard any coyotes tonight. What I heard was like footfall, something coming up to the fence right here, to the wall. And then I heard, I keep seeing something moving in the corner of my eye to my right. And then I saw this weird like fog. It was kind of hovering. It's not there. It's been gone for a while, but it was like hovering over there by, just by the wall. And I have a very crappy phone. I don't have a very nice, good, expensive phone, and I don't have a camera out here. So I'm actually out here and then to make things worse, my dang flashlight's it's barely working. Like it can, and this is a very powerful flashlight. This flashlight is really like a $100 flashlight that we use on these sites, and they are very powerful. And that thing is barely got any juice. You see, like Clough was in the chat earlier. I don't know if he still is, but he was talking about seeing the trees move and stuff. Yeah, I know. I've been seeing it since I've been here. This is crazy. It's crazy. So Clough, yeah, you're talking about the trees moving around and stuff. I've seen it like maybe 4 or 5 times as I've been out here. The noises are so, I don't know, man. It's nerve-wracking, man. I'm telling you, it really gets to you. Like if you were out here, I mean, if you just rolled the windows up and just sat in the heater or something, because it's cold out here. It's like 48 degrees out here. You'd be like, whatever. You probably wouldn't even, and if you weren't on this northeast end, out here by yourself, maybe you wouldn't be so scared. I mean, you would just be like, whatever. Like where Gilmore or Gilson's at, and the other two, they got the easy jobs. This one here, I always say this too, folks. I say, like, I won't send someone to do something that I wouldn't do myself. I'm not one of those people that's like a general that leads from the back. Go, you go and you do this, and I'm going to sit here and whatever. If my guards are going to freeze their ass off, I'm going to freeze mine off too. If my guards are going to have to be out here and be scared, well, I'm going to do it too. I'm not going to send you to go do something that I wouldn't do myself. And it's been a long time coming for this site. I've worked all the other sites multiple times, but we have so many guards out here that it would take like 2 or 3 people being sick, whatever. And so yeah, it got down to where, hey, it was me or Anthony, and Anthony, fortunately for you guys, he has to edit the show for tomorrow, and so there was a lot of editing. He's got to do the 2 shows or whatever. So I told him, you know what, stay home and do the editing or whatever, and let me go out there and work this site. And folks, I'm telling you the God's honest truth, I kind of wanted to be out here. I say kinda because I kind of didn't. I'd be lying if I said I didn't, but I wanted to be out here, and I wanted to hear it for myself, and I did, and I heard, and oh my gosh. And let me turn the truck off and see if we hear anything. That was almost instantaneous right there. Dude, that was like instantaneous. Like I turned the truck off and you could hear it. Now, my brother wants to believe that dog is the punch guy's dog. I don't believe that. There's no way that's his dog. His dog is a pit, but the dog is a goofy little friendly dog. This dog, whatever that is, that's not out in the woods. This is deep out in the woods. I didn't want to argue with him either, but, and he said it's probably not, but I think it comforts him for him to believe that it is. Man. Dude, it's crazy out here. Oh man, and there's some things that you can't do. Like I can't charge my flashlight, you know. I can't see what's beyond that wall. Stupidly. I should have grabbed my brother's flashlight while I was over there. Or I should have asked Gilson for his flashlight. Or Kenneth before I could have, you know, shoulda, woulda, coulda, whatever. I'm over here now. I'm here. I'm good. But it is unnerving when you're out here, and then you get these, like I said, you get these weird stories, you know. Now imagine. Whoa, okay. Did y'all hear that? Please, somebody tell me you heard that. That was very close. Okay, you heard it. Good. Thank you. Thank goodness somebody heard it besides me. There's this weird noise out here too. It sounds like a shriek. I can't describe what it is. It's like a bloody owl screeching mixed with like a wolf's howl, and then there's this hyena sound, and then there's this really loud guttural howl, and then there's this big dog that's barking at all of it, and then there's this homeless person. I'm almost positive that they're just camped right. I mean, probably like 30 yards from me, and they're just there behind those trees. And I know that they're probably scared out of their freaking mind, and they probably wish thank God that they weren't in these woods, but they are. Makes you want to go live in a house. And that sounds silly, and I'm almost being facetious, but not really, because a lot of these people, they choose to live out here like this. And then I'm sitting there going like, dude, what a bad decision that is. Because you have these weird ass people running around painting their faces white, and then, you know, doing God knows what. They raid each other's camps, and people claim that they eat each other. And I'm not making this up. I'm not joking. There have been at least a dozen different people who've been with me at different times where we've heard stories of homeless people, and at least half a dozen, I mean, I would say, have heard stories of cannibalism. I mean, you know, that it's what they do. Yeah, Ricardo, you live here in Austin. It's Mad Max out there. Yes, and it is crazy. You know, I was driving along the other day with my wife and one of my nephews, and we saw this homeless guy walking, and he looked like a zombie, but he had this huge backpack on, and he had pots and pans, and he had a spear over his back. They carry spears and they carry machetes. Ricardo, you know, you live here in Austin, dude, and it's wild, dude. And so you get this, what part of Austin, BD, right where I'm at, is on the outskirts of town in far south Austin. And so what you get is these homeless people wandering around, and they will make camp wherever. But when they get here, what they don't understand is that there's a whole society of these people that live like this. They live out there in these heavily wooded areas, and they have a hierarchy. They have a whole system in place, like Queen Boudica over there. What I'm going to do, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to interview her. She lives behind one of our properties that Scorpio is the lead guard at. And we have two guards there, but Scorpio's in charge of that site, and he's the one that makes the schedule there. But he can probably get me in touch with, thank you for that donation, I appreciate that. Says, I have a message for you, A199, thank you. But anyways, Scorpion can probably get me a meeting with this woman. She goes by the name of Vaughn, but she thinks she's like Queen of the Celts or something, but she's a psycho. But I can tell you this, she can tell you some wild ass stories, because she was telling my other nephew that used to work there, Zane, she was telling him some crazy stuff, like, you know, and like these people, they'll tell you some wild stories. So I thought maybe I could interview her and like just do it live and just you can see it. One night I can go up there and just interview her and let her tell you from her own mouth, because she says she's queen of these people, whatever. But they were telling my guards some wild stories, like I said, of cannibalism, of people killing each other and doing all kinds of crazy stuff, and of them living underground, and that there are these subhuman, if you will, people that live underground here in Austin, in this area. And so what in the hell? There is this weird noise that keeps coming from the west. I know Gilson has to be hearing that. If he's on that west side, near that deer path, and if you look at that deer path, like I'll come here in the daytime if I can get time to come here and do this. I'm going to come and I'm going to take a video or some pictures. The deer path. What the hell was that? That shriek again. I just heard that shriek. And I lived in the woods. I'm not in the woods, but in the country for the first 15 years of my life. I know what owls sound like. We have one in our yard at our house. It's been there since we've been there, and they don't sound like that. I don't know what in the hell that is. So unnatural. But the tree branches, about 8 to 9 foot up, they're all broken and down like this, and they're not on the other side. Just going like the trees like this, right? Here's the deer path. The trees are like this. They're all like that, all the way down. And on the other side of the trees, the branches are perfectly normal. They look perfectly normal. There's nothing wrong with them. But something or someone, 8, 9 foot up, broke those branches all the way down that deer path. What does that? You tell me. And I noticed it one day when I was here during the day, and I was here talking to the guards, and I was walking with one of them, the guy that's in charge, the day side, and I was like, what in the hell is that? I'm like, I don't know. And he's like, I thought it was weird. Like the trees are all like, what the hell does that? 8, 9 foot tall, something. Yeah, this place is, this is not, like you would think, oh, this is just one place. It's spooky, creepy, whatever, bullshit. This is how it is at all these sites. Now, years ago, me and my brother were working at a site that was called Brackenridge, and there was a guy named Garrett that was the head of, not the head of security, the head of the whatever. The place next to it is where I met the guys from the Hernandez Ranch. Now, me, Anthony, Tony, Scorpion D's, and we've all met them and talked to them at different times because they were the cabinet makers for this other company that we used to do security for. And that's where we met them at, was the site next to that one. Now, we used to sit out there and work, and we would listen to the guys from Expanded Perspectives. And I was talking to Kyle Filson the other day, and we were talking, and I was telling him, I said I used to go out there and late at night, and I would listen to y'all's show, and it would scare the shit out of us, only because we were out in the middle of the woods. And it was a very, very scary place. And there were two parts to it. There was a north side and a south side. And the south side of it was the scariest part because it was really cut off from everything else. There was nobody was living out there yet. And the north side had a few residents, and there was a neighborhood on the other side it was called like Sunridge or something. And it was right there. So you were not really like, alone, but you were out the edge of town. And if you looked to the east, there was nothing but a field and then a bunch of trees. And then if you went to the south side of it, which I worked at many times by myself, dude, it would scare the hell out of you. If you were not brave, you would be terrified out there. And there were huge coyotes. Now, my wife was shocked at the size of the coyotes out here. And she's from Southern California. And she was like, we have coyotes, but these are ridiculous. These coyotes are huge. And we had 2 of them that came right up to my truck. And I was doing push-ups on the back of my truck because I work out, right? And so I turn around, and they're about 5 feet away from me. I kid you not. And they're just kind of doing this with their heads. Now, when they're doing that, they're not so much in attack mode is just kind of trying to check out, see what's going on. And luckily for me, I had part of the Jimmy John's sandwich right there. And I turned around and I just threw it in two different directions, and they went and they grabbed it, and I just went and got in my truck and I took off. And yeah, and I just was like, it's crazy, you know, like these animals will come right up to you. But I wasn't worried so much about the coyotes, and that's where Tony had his encounter with what he says was a spirit that was of a woman, that dressed like from like the way he describes it, like old timey days, pioneer whatever days, and that she was basically had her head down, but no, there were no legs. And he witnessed this, he saw this. But one time when I was driving through there, and this isn't some like scary, amazing story, but I saw glowing green eyes about 7 foot high up off of this ridge, which from where my vantage point was, if you look down the hill and you see that whatever was standing there had to have been about 9 foot tall. But I saw it so quick, it was like, whoa, and then it was gone. But I was all alone that night. And so there were many times I worked out there by myself, and just, you know, whatever, something can happen, but you can't be a chicken shit. You can't be scared. You can't be afraid. Some of the best stories I ever got were, okay, I just saw something really dark move by the tree line. I don't hear anything though. Some of the best stories I ever got were those from the Hernandez Ranch, and I was working at a place called, well, I probably shouldn't say the name of it. But it doesn't matter. It's a project that I worked at, and it was southwest Austin, and it was out in the country, practically out in the country. That time it was out in the country, and it was near a town called Buda, and it was a subdivision, and I was working out there, and I had those guys from the Hernandez Ranch come to that site. They weren't working there yet. They were working at the one across the highway, and eventually they did. They did all the cabinet work, and so they showed up, and they told me a bunch of stories. Each one of them gave me a story about something that had happened to them involving these dogman creatures. I think my eyes are playing tricks on me, folks. No sooner did I say that, and I thought I saw something like, what the freaking hell was that? This has got to be one of the creepiest live streams. This is hands down the creepiest live stream I've ever done in my entire life. I've never been. Oh boy. So anyways, they give me all these stories, right? And then they leave. And I'm there by myself on the edge of nowhere, right? Woods all the way around, everywhere you look, nothing but woods. And they were there for like 4 hours giving me dogman stories. So, yeah. To hell with your boots on the ground, dude. Okay? I'm telling you right now, folks. Try sitting out here in the woods with all the creepy-ass phenomena around you and getting these stories. But if I didn't do that, then I would never have been able to get those, you know, and bring them to you. Unfortunately, they're on someone else's channel. Not all of them, but those particular stories that I got, they're on another guy's channel. And I don't think that he's deserving of it, but it is what it is, you know, and here we are. But, you know, what's going on? Somebody saying something? '86, I think you're probably right. They don't. Oh, yes. Germanic Werewolf says Northern Michigan woods is very spooky, especially in the Upper Peninsula. It's nothing but wilderness. You're absolutely right. I've been to the Upper Peninsula. There's nothing there. I mean, nothing there. It's like rural. There's not even any big town, like cities or even big towns. It's like just like little townships, little rural communities. That's all it is in that area of the Upper Peninsula. Wow, you were up late, Wolf. Well, actually, Sailor, I'm up late because it's my job to be up late. I work all night a lot of times, but what I usually do is I go from site to site doing guard checks. At any given time, we have 10 to 15 sites We have three Firewatch. We have 3 Firewatch assignments right now. Yeah, 3. And then we have like 10 security posts. This site here has 7 guards. That's how big it is. But right now there's only 4. I mean, there's 3 during the day and then there's 4 at night, but they are nowhere around. We're all separated from each other. Right now, where I'm at, I'm wrong, actually. I estimated it was about 75 yards. I think I'm about 100 yards away from D. There's D. So that's where he's at. And so he's the closest guard to me. Then on the other side is Gilson, and he is probably over 200 yards away. And then the guy at the top is probably 275 yards away from me. So that guy would not even hear me. If I was out here screaming, the only one that might hear me is D. And you could be just like you would be toast if something attacked you. And the police, let me tell you about a defunded city. The police don't really respond unless there's a gun involved. I'm being completely honest. If they'll show up, it'll be an hour after you're dead. Okay, so good luck with that. And I'm not even exaggerating. I'm being completely honest. But I come prepared, okay? I come with a flashlight that doesn't work because it's dead, okay? And then I'm out here with a camera with the phone that's cheap piece of crap phone. So yeah, I'm totally ready. But guess what? I have Topo Chico, so I'm gonna go ahead and drink this. I got so many creepy stories from apartments too, man. And since I do this for a living, this is actually my job. One of the things that I've gotten from people is a lot of weird stories from people who do security. And one guy gave me a story out of Virginia, and it was really creepy. It was like, I think he said it was like 40 miles outside of Richmond, but he was working at a place where they were building this whatever. And he said that it was like he was sitting in his vehicle, and it's not a really long story, but it's creepy, right? And he said, dude, I just heard that noise again. Oh, that's great. I'm over here sneezing now. So anyways, he's sitting in his vehicle and he's eating his lunch. And the guy's name is John. He seemed like a pretty easygoing guy. He was a nice guy. Had some of the similar interests as me, so we hit it off. And this is just one of the stories he told me. He told me several. It was really a Bigfoot story that he gave me that was really interesting. I haven't told it on the show yet, but this one was creepy. So he looks up and he sees somebody leaning over the rail looking at him, just looking at him. So then he's like, what the hell? There's somebody here in this condominium, whatever. So he runs up the stairs, goes up to the rooms. They're all locked. Everything's locked. So he has to go back up to the front. He gets a key. And luckily for him, that night, one of the people that was supposed to be cleaning or whatever, they were there. So then he goes, oh, okay. So it turns out that it was one of the cleaning people. So no big deal, right? Well, about an hour later, he sees it again. Then he's like, the cleaning people are gone. So he went room to room to room, like floor to floor of all these places in this town where he was at. And he said, dude, I didn't find hide nor hair of anyone. I thought I was losing my damn mind. So he goes, I told the superintendent, and a couple days later I had a talk with him, and I said, look, you're going to think I'm crazy, but I actually saw somebody up in the building. And the dude says, yes. He goes, I don't think that's a person. He's like, some of our people have seen this. The cleaning people have seen it. He's like, the other guard that was here before you saw it. It was just it's a weird thing. And he said, when we were first building this place, he's like, we found bones, like a skeleton, the bones, whatever. And he says, there was an arrow. He goes, no BS. There was an arrow in the chest of this person, like a Native American arrow. So they did a test on it, and they found out that it was just a settler. So they could build. Now, if it was a Native American, they would have like a pause or something they have to do and talk to the natives or whatever. but it was a settler that had been killed by, I think he said it was the Pawnee, but I don't know if that's who lived in that area or not. I think that's what he assumed, the guy that told him that. But anyway, and I said, did he look like he was dressed from the old days? I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell at all. I just see somebody leaning over the railing looking at me. And he goes, but it was scary because some of the other people, and this is where it gets really creepy, some of the other people who work there, I don't know what that was. I think that's that person moving around. I hear footfall. But he said some of the other people that were there actually saw, he said some of the other people there saw it way more clearer than he did. And one of them even said that it was a woman that was there to drop off food for her husband. It was like in broad daylight, and she sees this guy like waving at her. One of the creepiest stories though that was given to him, or to the superintendent that told him this, he said, John told me this. He says, dude, it was so crazy. One of the people that was there doing the sheetrocking, that was putting up the sheetrock for this building, he said that they encountered a guy that was sitting facing the balcony, and when they walked up to him and they said, "What are you doing here? Who are you?" He turns around and he's bleeding, and he's literally in his hand he's holding an arrowhead. And then the other guy looked at the other dude, and they like looked back at him after they looked at each other, and he was gone, like he vanished, he disappeared. So obviously, this person, it was the same person, it had to be, of the skeleton that they found, the person that was killed, by this arrow from a native. And so who knows what the real story was, like what happened to that guy, how it went down, whatever, how he ended up being killed. But yeah, pretty creepy stuff. And he said that the guy looked like sad, like he looked really sad, but he would interact with people, so obviously this ghost or whatever was restless, but it was always in that same area of the apartments, or whatever, the condominiums, whatever. So I asked him, I said, did you talk to the superintendent about where the body or the skeleton was found when they did the clearing? And he said, yeah. And that's exactly where it was at, was right there. And 2 stories up was where they kept seeing this guy. So his body laid there for who knows how long until he was discovered. Creepy, creepy, creepy. But not terrifying. I mean, but it explains it was a haunting, and I don't know. No, Sailor, the Firewatch guys, one of them is Tony. He's doing a Firewatch tonight, and he's down. Oh no, wait, yeah, he's down he's up in far north Austin. He's like 20 miles from here, and he's in a not a heavily populated area, but it's populated. But there are woods around that complex too. There's woods everywhere in Austin. And then the other Firewatch is downtown. Like I'm surrounded by nothing but concrete jungle. And that's an easy one. And we have a student, a University of Texas student from India that's actually doing that tonight. Really nice kid named Cam. And tonight's his first night. But Anthony trained him, showed him what to do. And then we have a second person doing it. It's like a guard that's up in the parking garage. What the hell was that? Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh my gosh. Okay, folks. I want you guys to hear this. I'm going to be brave. I'm going to get out. I'm going to go up to the wall, to the fence. What the freaking heck? Could y'all hear that? What did it sound like to you? There goes again. Yeah, Sailor Nemesis, he's from India, but he's not, like, he doesn't even have an accent, but his family's from India. He was born there, but he's a really nice kid. He needed a job, so, you know, he saw us working over there, and he was like, it's his complex where he lives, so this makes sense. Poor kid is, his roommate is very angry with him because he couldn't come up with his part of the electric bill. So I told him that he could work a couple days and we'd pay him so he could pay his bill. I hate to see people suffer. Just like this homeless person right here. I feel bad, you know. I mean, like, I know that it's, you know, it's my job to keep them out, and I'll do my job. But if, you know, like, if something were to happen, like, say one of these, say hypothetically, there was something in these woods, which I know there is. I can hear it, and it attacked that person, I would still do my best to try to help them. They're still a human being, you know. I mean, I think that's only right. I mean, if you ever were to go stand before judgment and before God, like, how could you sit there and tell, you know, God tells you, hey, why did you not help that person? What are you going to say? Oh, they're my enemy. I'm supposed to keep them out. Or, I'm scared. No, it doesn't work that way. Cowardice is you know, there's no place for it. And there's no greater glory, really, than to sacrifice yourself for the greater good of whatever, you know, just for the sake of goodness, of doing what's right. I don't think it's a one-way ticket to heaven, but I think it helps. I think it comes from a place of love. And as Jesus says, not to get preachy, but love covers a multitude of sin. What it means is that, you know, to get technical with that, is that when you have this love, and to quote my friend Abe Seas, a love foundation, it will actually get you to where you need to be. Because if you truly have that love in your heart and you're empathetic, you know, you would actually, you will do things from that perspective, from that point of view, and it'll get you to where you need to be in all of the things that you do, because you truly love and you care about people. Even my enemies, these people that are attacking me, these people that are doing all the things that they're doing, you know, this Cleghorn, whatever, and the people from that channel, you know, like, I don't hate them. I mean, I love, I don't want to say I love them, but I feel bad for them because they're lost. But I care. I care about them in the way that I don't want to see them, you know, be so, you know, so angry, so mean, so hateful. There's no reason for it. And if I saw one of them in need, and I would hope you would all do the same thing, would be to help them. They may not even appreciate it. I had a guard today. He was telling me about how he did all these things for this other guard, and that other guard didn't reciprocate, didn't pay him back, didn't offer to do anything for him. And so that person didn't, and I told him, I said, it doesn't matter. I mean, you know, that person doesn't, they're not doing, you know, for you. Well, you know, it's not on you, it's on them. It's something that they have to work out between them and God. But you just continue to be a good person, and you know, and if you don't feel like you're comfortable doing anything for that person again, well, it's understandable. But you can't stop being nice to people or kind to people because someone is a little turd. You know what I mean? It's like, you just can't do that. And like I said, I don't want to get all preachy here. I'm just trying to. I can't. I'm just waiting to hear that noise again. No. So when you Yeah, Lead Tracker E, you're right. And those people have definitely set traps for me and trying to do, they're just vile. I mean, they're just not nice people. They're not good people. They do mean, vile things, and they, but that's at the end of the day, though, it's only going to hurt them. They're the ones that are going to have to face it. And I honestly don't think that they believe in a divine punishment or judgment, or they wouldn't be doing the things they do. I think that they think that there's just they can just do anything they want and nothing's ever going to happen to them. But they're pushing my hand where I'm going to have to do something, legally, because I just can't live my life like this. I just can't. I mean, and they do preemptive things like, they'll attack you and then they'll turn around and say you did it to them. Everything they're doing, you're doing it, and it's like straight out of the Communist Manifesto. It's like I'm getting really sick of this nonsense. And then they say, oh, I broke the peace. No, you broke the peace the minute it happened because you had no intentions of ever being peaceful. Making fake accounts and saying all kinds of crap with those fake accounts. I mean, that's obviously what they did. There it goes again. Oh, what the freaking hell is that? I just heard that. You guys didn't hear that? What is Min Tulan? Who is this person? What are they doing? I just heard that metallic sound again. That like somebody opening a gate. Wow. I thought about too, like with the live streams, I think a lot of it is the live streams. These people, like if I wasn't doing the live streams, I wouldn't be embroiled in all these conflicts. If I just, yes. So hold on one second, folks. I'm going to turn the camera the other way and see if it picks up anything. Oops. I know this is crappy. I know, James, it's not focused. So I thought about it and I was thinking, maybe we would just kill the Friday live stream after we finish who we have in March. But then 2 more people popped up and said, hey, and they actually got in touch with me and said that they wanted to be on our show. And so I told them that's fine. Let me see if I have a slot. And so we may just go through March. But after March, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to keep doing the live streams, and we may just do something like this where I just do a sporadic. Like we got 400 people in this chat right here, and it is 3 a.m, on Tuesday morning, Monday night, Tuesday morning, and there's 400 people, and so maybe we'll do something like that, and where I can do it while I'm working or something. But hopefully it's not this nerve-wracking, See, I hear a dog barking in the distance, but I also heard like a really big dog, like weird. Like I hear this loud, like brrr, Dana, the price of flamethrowers. Are you talking to me? I don't know. Oh crap, what is that? I just heard I heard like a voice. I heard like a voice. What the freaking hell? What is going on out here? Okay, I know, I just saw something to my right. That's like the 5th time I've seen that, folks. I hear dog barking in the distance. That's just like a domestic dog. I can hear that. This place is creepy, dude. I mean, I'm telling you, like right now, where I'm at right now, it's a creepy place. That is so, like, whoever's dog that is, dude. If that's a dog that belongs to somebody, that's got to be like a Canis Corso or something. That is like that dog sounds like a Tibetan Mastiff or something, like Caucasian Shepherd. Pretty sure I got attacked by a Caucasian Shepherd one time. Almost positive that's what it was. Yeah, D, that is true. Very little gunfire tonight. I thought I heard a gun go off like when I first got here in the distance, but I don't hear the gunfire tonight. That's another thing that we get reports of out here is gunfire quite a bit. And one night when Scorpion was out here, or no, maybe it was Tony, one of them that started this account when there was hardly anything here, but they had cleared the land out. There was still a lot of homeless people back there, and they heard like this gun battle back there, and it actually sounded like something shrieking, howling, growling, whatever, making a bunch of noise, and then there was just intense gunfire that was going on, and then all of a sudden it just stopped, and then they heard all these people screaming, yelling, and running around, whatever. Then there were all these sirens, and who knows? That was a pretty freaky story. So we'll read some of the comments here. Sailor says, "Oh man, my dogs are flipping out at something in our orchard." You have an orchard? The last few weeks I've been hearing a pack of coyotes just start howling and carrying on, and they're in a frenzy about something. Wow. It's not a full moon, is it? I don't think it is. I don't know. "6 a.m. here in Vermont." No, that couldn't be right. That's on the East Coast. You're on Eastern time, and it's like 3-something here. So I don't think that could be correct. What time is it with you guys? Still in the high 40s here. This thing's taking forever to come on. $2 in California, so it's 4 here. So, what the hell was that? I heard the metallic noise again. 9 p.m. in Australia. Kendra Blythe, 4 a.m. in the hill country. Are you here in Texas, for the hill country? A lot of reports out there in that area. Roll the windows down, Jack. They are down. They're down. Look, this is the window air. I'm freezing my butt off here. It's 48 degrees out here and I'm cold. See what I'm going through for you people? You see this? I got you out here hearing all kinds of weird noises. I'm telling you stories and I'm freezing my ass off out here. Freezing my ass off. Oh, dude. That's a sound I have not heard tonight. Oh, dude. Dude. Oh, dude. Okay. What I just heard sounded like something, like a panting, breathing noise coming from the woods, like just right there. Like something was panting and breathing. The dog barking has gotten really, really, really aggressive. Like there's several dogs now barking. I would put cash money on the barrel that there's something out there in these woods. I'm not just talking about the homeless people. There's one of them just sleeping right there, or I don't think they're sleeping. They're probably just sitting there waiting it out until dawn. I don't blame them. This place is really, really, really raw. Folks, I'm telling you the absolute truth. This place is really, really spooky. It takes a lot for me to feel uneasy, unnerved in a site. I have worked every site you can imagine, every type of place. I've worked in haunted houses. I've worked in haunted houses where I've had actually something touch me. And this is more unnerving than being in one of those houses. Like the Restless Widow. Go listen to that one. That happened to me. Now, the only thing I think would be worse than this one is the haunted tower, or maybe what happened to me and several different guards out of it was on These Woods Are Haunted, episode 1. I just heard a voice. Church of the Forgotten. I think that the Church of the Forgotten, I just saw something walk by my damn church. What in the freaking hell is over here to the right side of me? What do you want? Don't answer that. I'm telling you, folks, this is crazy. What is that noise? What is that metallic noise? Okay, now I gotta go drive around. Okay, I just heard it again. There's like this metallic noise. It's just like, sounds like somebody slamming something. This place is freaking jumping, dude. I'll tell you this, Nellie, if you're listening, I got a new perspective from, like, I see from the guard's perspective now. This is important. This is why you have to come out here and experience it for yourself. You have a bunch of people telling you something's happening. And it's not for lack of, like, it's just, tonight was... See this, the camera, folks, the camera system, let me pull up next to you. Camera system just went off, and there was nothing there. You hear this? Listen. Something triggered the camera. I was looking right here. There was nothing there. There was nothing there. Something just triggered this camera. The cameras go off and they say, warning, you know, you're trespassing, blah, blah, blah. And they give you, they scream at you. It just did that and there was nothing there. What in the hell is going on here? Oh boy. See, and then there's a big sign there on that fence, and there's like this creepy Halloween mask that somebody hung a Halloween mask right there facing the woods. Why, I have no idea. Or who did that? It had to have been something on that side of the wall. So, and then this is the deer trail where the tree branches are all broken. Look at that. They're all broken only on one side of the trees too. And you wouldn't be able to see it because I don't have a good camera. Shoot. What in the hell was that noise? What is that scraping noise? This place is huge. So this part up here, this side up here, there's like, I mean, there's nothing up here. Like this, like if you just sat right here, you wouldn't be scared at all. Like where Gilson's at, I just passed him. There's like nothing there. Like you know, you can see residents that live at the top of the hill. There's a few people that live in building 2, not very many, but there's some. And it's all lit up like the 4th of July. So there's nothing to be afraid of over here. I mean, it's not really that scary. But then you go down to where I'm at, and it gets kind of dicey. Yeah, Jared, the problem is that my camera on the other side looks terrible. Like if I turn it around, it doesn't look very good. I guess it doesn't look as bad as I thought it did, but you can't see, like, there's no way to see, like, into the darkness, you know. Hey, D. I don't know where he's at. He's probably doing his round. So I don't know where anybody's at. They're all wandering around, I guess. Now they're going to be on their best behavior because I'm on site tonight, so. Everybody's doing their job and I'm walking around. It's like, of course. Like, oh, we always do this. We're always on top of things. It's always like that. Totally. Never stop. We never stop moving. Yeah, but I have a renewed respect for the men and women that work out here, especially on this northeast end. I just can't, you know, can't believe how much crap I heard out here tonight, dude. Like they kept telling me, like, it's like, you know, you hear these noises, you hear these things, there's all this stuff going on, you know, blah blah blah. And I was just like, really, dude? Like, really? You know, like. And then I've said stupid things, and I'm here right now in front of everybody. I'll apologize. I said things like, well, I didn't hear anything when I was out. Of course, I'm out here for like an hour or two hanging out with the guards just to talk to them, whatever. You're not out here working it that you don't know. So it's your job to actually do your due diligence. Yeah. Okay, I just got a text from D. D, where's Gilson at? Go check on the guard at the top up here. I think it's really creepy that somebody hung a old witch mask. It looks like an old witch, like a mask, and they just hung it on a tree, and it's facing the woods. There's the deer path. Bizarre, weird stuff. Now right over here is where the guy jumped, and you can't really, I'm going to try and give you a little bit of a vantage here. All right, now let's see. This is the west end. This is not, this side's spooky too, but I don't think it's as spooky as the east end because it's been built up a little longer. But the guy that they walked, let me turn the camera around for you folks. Okay, I don't know if you can see. Oh my gosh, that's very steep drop off right there. Ah, damn it, I wish my camera was better, folks. Let me see if I can get the, do me a favor, one of you guys that's listening, see if I can get down in there. Okay, I don't know if you can see down in there, but look how steep that drop off is. This right here, this is the fence right here, right? This is the fence. The tall Viking looking dude got to right here and decided, you know what? I'm just gonna jump down into that right there. Look at how far down that is. What in the hell possessed this guy to jump down there like that? He's an extremely tall individual, according to the report. And then he jumps down into this abyss down here. And look at this. I don't know if you can see that. But right there, there's like bags, like somebody's bags hanging on the trees. Those are about 10 feet up. I don't know how they got up there to hang their bags up there, but they did. That's crazy. Oh. So, yeah. Weird, wild stuff. Bunch of weird stuff going on here. Okay, so there's Gilson. What's going on? Oh, okay. So I'm live. So let me see if the camera can pick you up. This is Officer Gilson. So, no, I was just doing my rounds.
Me too.
Yeah, and checking everything.
I just came back.
Yeah, did you hear any weird noises over here?
No, besides the thing goes off. Sometimes it goes off.
Yeah.
Unless
You're lucky. You're on the west end.
I'm on the west end.
Yeah, this side right here, as opposed to where I'm at on the.
At least there's lights
North.
over there because there used to be no.
There used to be no lights. Yeah, when Clough was working it was dark over there, dude. Yeah, so it's not as spooky over here. It's We can trade. You want to go to the northeast?
No.
I can see that. See that? He doesn't want to go to the northeast end. It's not as it is. I'll be real honest, okay? It is creepy.
Yeah.
It is very spooky over there, and I've been hearing noises over there all night long. But not like over here. You guys don't really hear much over on this side.
No.
Not anymore.
Is it like talking?
Yeah, speak a little louder so people can hear
It's
you.
like talking.
Yeah, I heard that.
Well, Kenny before he left, he told me when he was over there
That he heard
talking.
He heard talking. Yeah, that's what I heard too. I heard like voices, and then I heard what sounded like. The first thing I heard was like a growl,
Oh my god.
and I was like, "What in the hell is that?" And then I heard like a shrieking howl coming from the distance, and then I started hearing this like hyena sounding whatever.
There's wild dogs out there?
Yeah, wild dogs. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard. And I've heard there's coyotes and pigs and everything else. Creepy.
Very creepy.
Very creepy, yeah. And then the sounds of like footsteps.
Oh.
Yeah, but probably I would say that was because I think that after all that commotion that was going on back there, I think there was like a homeless person that came and like parked themselves about 30 yards from where I was at on the far east end. Yeah, and I think the reason they did that was because of all the noise, whatever was going on out there scared the shit out of them more than likely. And they're, and they probably, so they're sitting over there right now.
Just out in the open?
Yeah, well, no, they're,
not out in the open, but like kind of.
yeah, they're like, there's like a little canopy with some trees and they're like right tucked up in there.
Oh wow.
And I think I saw a knife too, like they were moving around and I saw like a knife or something. They're probably clutching it because they're scared. I don't blame them for coming toward the light over here to be away from all that.
Me too.
But as long as they don't cross the wall, we're good. As long as the wildlings stay on that side of the wall, we're okay. So I'm gonna go back to my perch, Gilson. All right.
All right,
If you need Godspeed. If you need anything, let me know.
Same here.
All right. Are you hungry? Did you eat? I got snacks, man. I got like an orange, and I got some of these.
Orange?
Yeah, and I got like
This is pretty good.
yeah, those are good. And I got like this orange right here,
I'll take an orange.
and I didn't bring much.
That's good.
I got one of these too, man. These are good.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, because I think that's all I got right now.
Okay.
But yeah,
We're halfway?
yeah, man. Yeah, we're almost done. So, yeah, dude, it's yeah, like he said, he doesn't want to trade. Nobody wants to do this side over here, and I don't blame him. I don't freaking blame him, man. I'm gonna have to give these guys out here a raise to work this night side out here. I'm telling you, man, something. I feel bad now, kind of blowing it off, thinking like, oh well, whatever, you know. There's a lot of scary stuff out there and blah, blah, blah. And me, of all people, I'm guilty of this because I know this. I know that this stuff happens. I get stories about it all the time. And here I am just kind of like, you know, shame on me. You know, I should have been more. No, it's not that I didn't believe, folks. That's not the case. It's not that I didn't believe. That's not it at all. I think that it was just that I didn't. What the hell was that? I'm over here at the front, and I'm here. Well, I'm not at the front. The front's way over there, but this is in the middle of the complex, and I just heard something. It's not that I didn't believe. It's just, I guess, you know, because I'm so busy, and I don't have time to sit there and read every report of noises. You know what I mean? The guard that had to leave early. Because he had the appointment tomorrow, whatever. I listened to what he said. Like, I heard him say that he heard things tonight. And so I went and I perched up exactly where he said that he heard the things. And I heard it. I heard it from my own, you know. It is, well, actually, I just gave D a raise, so you got a raise. Actually, you and Squirt both, but because you're dealing with this crap, you know, it's really rough because you have I call them the wildlings, but you have the homeless, derelict people doing what they do. And then, you have something akin to a haunting going on out here, because I kept seeing something on the side of me, in the corner of my eye, which to me was like, it's like it was, there's something there. There was something going on. I saw this mist. I'll show you exactly where I saw the mist. Right there where that light is at, I saw the mist. Like I said, the camera can't really, you can't do much. I can't really, and then I heard, here, I'll show you something freaky if the camera will pick it up. Okay, I'll see if I can show you this. And you tell me what this is. I've already inquired about this once when I was here. Let's see if you can see this. What is that? Look at that. You see the tree branch? That's a cedar tree. That is not a dead tree either. That tree is not dead. That's cedar. That's how they look. But something snapped the top of that branch off. Huh. So, like, what in the hell is that? I think, if we had to come to some sort of a conclusion here, folks, I would say that there is multiple phenomena going on out here. And I'm not joking. I'm not even playing around. I'm not doing this for views. I'm not trying to get donations. I'm not trying to, all I'm doing is bringing you the absolute truth. Like, I heard enough from the different guards out here. I've had over 24 guards come and go out here in the last probably 6 months in particular, as the build has moved further along and gotten further down here. I wouldn't say 24 guards. I'd say probably maybe like 15, 16 different guards that have worked here day or night at one point in time or another in the past few months. And I'd say all but maybe 4 or 5 of them have reported some sort of strange phenomena here. Okay? And it's really, I should have taken it more seriously. And I'm real honest, one of the things that I contributed it to, and I told, Nellie, and I told Anthony this, and Tony. I said, you know what it is? And Tony and I, we joke around all the damn time. But we laughed and we said, you know why? Because they're out here watching the show, so my brakes are squealing. And so, we kind of jokingly, we were just like, well, they're out there watching the show. And so maybe they're getting scared, like maybe they're scared because they're out here working long hours, and, we're on 4 nights a week, and most of the guards do watch the show. There's only a handful of them that don't, like my field captain. She doesn't have time to do anything because she's just running around dealing with like 20 different accounts and trying to catch people. That was a new sound. Trying to catch people sleeping, whatever. Not trying to, but making sure that they're awake and doing their jobs and then doing her properties. So she doesn't have time. Her name's Kim, but the other guards typically watch the show. I don't know if they're watching tonight because this was an impromptu thing, but we kind of joked about it, like maybe they're tripping out because they're watching the show, and but I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's what's happening at all. What I think is going on is that there is something out here, in particular in these woods, and I don't know what it is. Really creepy. And I can't say, that there's like a Bigfoot out here, or dog man, or rake, or ghosts. I don't know what it is. I know that tree looks unnatural. I know that the tree's broken up at the 9-foot mark at the deer path looks unnatural. I know that some weird looking Nordic dude comes out of the woods, it's 6'6", and jumps a fence, lands literally 10 to 12 feet down an embankment, and just lands on his feet and just keeps walking. Doesn't speak. That's pretty weird. When they first broke ground out here, they saw some big black demonic cat. You know, I mean, what the hell? I'm sitting here and I'm hearing all kinds of noises going on. You know, I heard something that sounded like a shriek mixed with a howl, and I heard it all night. And then I heard this loud, very aggressive dog bark. It just, I don't know, it's mind-boggling. It's a very weird place. A lot of weird stuff going on. Give me your opinions. Give me what you think. Tell me what you think is going on out here. Some of you heard some of the noises, I know. I'm trying to warm up right now. And in a few minutes, I'll jump off. There's 378 people in here still. So a lot of people watching the show in the middle of the night. I want to keep everybody up. I know people got to get up and go to work tomorrow. Yeah, I do, Dana. I need night vision cameras, but in order to get night vision cameras, I need night vision money, and right now I don't have that. I made a comment the other day on the show about being upper middle class, and Anthony jumped my ass. He's like, we're not upper middle class, dude. We're middle class, and people are going to think we're rich if you say things like that. And I said, I don't know. I think we do good. And he reminded me that we're taking care of half of the world. So more money, more problems. The more money you make, the more you have to help people, because it is your responsibility. And we do. There's a lot of people in my mom's family in particular that are not very well off. So we did actually take care of a lot of people at Christmas, and we appreciate the help we got in December, because we were able to purchase $4,000 worth of meat and give it away. So that's something I'm very proud of. I just want what I do to be fun. This whole thing started out as a fun thing. You know, it's fun. And I don't want it to turn into something like, I don't want to put my material behind a paywall. I don't ever want to have to do that. I don't want to have to take my, you know, research and everything I've done and worked for and tell people, well, you know, like we did the Patreon thing, and some of the people in the Patreon have said, you know, why don't we do Patreon exclusive content? And most other channels do members only content. And so we thought about it, and we've gone back and forth on this many times, and I thought about it, and I was like, well, if we do that, then we're just like everybody else, and then it becomes like you're doing it for the money, and I don't ever want that to be the case. I don't want to be anyone to be able to accuse me. What the hell was that? Okay, I just heard footsteps on the concrete, and there's nothing there. Heard that from many guards here now. I don't ever want anybody to be able to accuse me that what we do is we're doing it for money. And so that's not my thing. I want this to be what it started out to be and continues to be, which is something fun. I'm not going to lie to you and say that this is a barrel of monkeys tonight, but I feel better, you know, knowing that the paratroopers are here with me. You know what I mean? Like, I could just be out here alone by myself. I mean, I got guards on the other sides of this property, but they're not right here with me, you know? Like, I'm here freaking out, you know, with all of you guys here with me. Like 370 people right now are with me. And and also, if something happens, you guys are a witness to it. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like, hey, it would suck if something scary really happens, like really scary. There's already been a few scary things, but like, but then you get to witness it, and so at least we capture some sort of like, you know, I don't want to say evidence, but like, you know you were here when it happened. You know what I mean? Like, so it makes me feel a little better, you know, knowing that you guys are like involved, and I'm not alone, you know, and I got the paratroopers by my side. Plymouth Puckwudgie says, I'm not in the Patreon thing, but your show is fun. What they say? It said, your show is fun, and if people pay for something extra, then it's okay, and you can do that. Yeah, and I know I can do that. We've talked about it before, but we keep turning it down because if we do that, then not everybody will be able to enjoy it. And let's face it, in this economy, there's a lot of people suffering. There's a lot of people who don't have money. And I don't want to deny somebody their entertainment and their content because they can't afford it. You know, think about it like this. I mean, everybody's got bills to pay. You got electric bill, phone bill, gas bill, whatever. You got your rent, your mortgage, whatever you're paying your car. You know, you get taxed 15 ways from Sunday. And then on top of it, you know, and so you go home and you want to relax and you want to watch some PRT. And PRT, I've been told, is a very entertaining channel, and that we provide quality content, and we are like a family, and we provide you with an outlet. And you know, it's fun. You know, it's a good fun thing you do. You listen to the podcast, you participate in the live stream. So what if we just took everything away and said, you know what? You're not even going to have that. We're just going to take that and put it behind a paywall. Or worse than just doing that, just string you along with half of an encounter and then go, oh, if you want to hear the rest of so-and-so's encounter, well, then you need to pay. Because that's some sneaky shit right there. That's some crap. It's not something I want to do. I just can't bring myself to do that. I've even had people give me the advice, you know, larger channels telling me, hey, maybe you should do this, you should do that. It's not something I want to do. I'm not swamp ass, you know. I don't do that. I'm not like him. I'm never going to be those people, man. I'm not going to sit there and try to con people into doing things like that. I'm just not that guy. I won't do it. I'm out here right now doing this. This is me making money, trying to make a living, and I'm working. I work for a living. I'm a working person, you know. I don't know what we would be classified as. I don't know. I know I pay a shit ton of taxes, I can tell you that. And it aggravates me that these other people are just grifting and just trying to take people's hard-earned money and not giving them shit. I mean, you know, I've watched some of these channels too, and they're over there just like begging people for money, and they're able-bodied people and they don't want to work. I'm not talking about just one particular channel. I've seen a bunch of them do it, and then they're over there just doing nothing. They're not providing anything. They're not giving you a quality show. They're not giving you quality content. You know, they're just full of shit. You know, it's like, come on, dude, you know, like, provide something for the people. But I'm not that guy. Hold on one second. Let me turn this off. I heard something like a weird, like a... There it is again. There it is. Oh my God, what is that? Dude, I've been hearing that all night long, dude. I guess a lot of it too, you know, when you stop and I look at myself and I think, you know, at one time I lived in my car. I didn't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. I was poor. And when people talk about, oh, you talk about how big, bad, and tough you are. You know, I'm sorry for that, dude, but the bottom line is I had these. That's all I had was my fists, and that's it. I had fists of stone, and I could knock a mofo out, dude. I mean, that was my only skill, was my only gift. And believe it or not, I actually was very, very cognizant that everybody has a gift, everybody has a skill. And that's all I had, was that. I didn't have shit. And, you know, I was homeless. You know, by the definition of homeless, I lived in my car. I didn't do it for a long, long time. I got a job, and then I got another job, and I got another job, and I did 3 jobs. I always do this because I can't lift this finger. It's been broke. My hand's been broken really bad, and so I do this, okay? But I did 3 jobs, 3 jobs. One of the jobs I did was washing dishes, and it was wintertime, and I'll never forget, I would go and get in my car, and I would be ice cold. I'd be frozen just cold with that cold water on me. What the hell was that? I heard a popping noise. But I would be frozen solid, and I'd go and I'd get in my car, and I would feel, I don't know. Look at this. Let me show you something. You see that? My jaw pops in and out of place. And my jaw busted. I had to talk like this and keep it closed. My nose busted right here, and it was like hanging down. And luckily, I wore this mask, and it pushed my nose, and it held it back in place so that it wouldn't be malformed and to the side. And that's why it's kind of, you see how my nose kind of flattens out right here? It's kind of, you know, and I even have a scar that it didn't do too bad. It's right here on my right. If I pull my hair up, you can see it going across there. So I keep my eyebrows. But you know, I don't know. I didn't have anything, and so I feel for people. I understand, you know, being broke and not having money. It just sucks, dude. And it seems like, you know, people that are less fortunate, they take everything from you. They take every mother effing thing they get their greedy hand. They just take it. Like, oh, you got that? Well, I'm gonna take that too. Oh, you got a bag of chips? I'm gonna eat half of them. Oh, man, to hell with you. I worked for this. I worked my ass off. I got a job. I washed dishes, and this was my aspirations at that age. I just wanted to be a busboy because they got tips. And finally, I got my wish. I got to be a busboy, and then from there, I was working at a place called Lone Star Cafe, and I really liked that job. I worked there for months, and I ended up becoming a waiter. That was like my dream. I got to be a waiter, and then I saw how hard they worked, just as hard as anybody else in that place, if not harder. And you're at people's mercy. You know, you work your ass off, you bust your ass on a table with like 12 people, and they give you $2. And so I always overtip. I always do. I've always been that way. And working in a bar too, the bartenders, you know, you see them get stiffed, and you're like, it sucks. It really does. And then these businesses, they expect you to tip everybody so they don't have to pay them themselves. And ain't that another kick in the ass? But then I got a job. I had another job. I was working at Dairy Queen, and the old lady that owned it, was, you know, it's a franchise, you know, and they only would hire one guy. There were 5 women there, and there was just one guy, and they made you do all the cooking, like all the frying and everything. And you had to cook the food and then give it to them, and then they would put it all together and whatever. They would clean out in the front or whatever. They would do all that. But then you had to unload the truck by yourself. And I told the old lady, she was a nice old lady, but I told her, I said, okay, there was 5 of us, there were 4 women and her. And I said, it's not really fair. You got these 4 girls, and half the time they're standing around, and I'm basically your manual labor. And I told her, I said, I like you. You seem like a nice person, but I can't stay here, if you're not going to make them do anything, and I'm just going to do everything. And she was a very, very old-fashioned lady. And she says, young man, doing manual labor is a man's job. She's like, they're women. Their job is to take the orders, and go and pick up the trays and do all basically the easy stuff. And I said, okay, I get it. I understand what you're saying, whatever. I said, so am I going to make more money than them? Are you going to give me more per hour? No. Okay. Well, then I can't stay here. But I worked it through Christmas so that I could afford Christmas presents, right? And then I had another job, and I worked at a grocery store, and I bagged groceries. And my boss hated me. He absolutely hated me. You know why, though? It wasn't his fault. It was because I was working 2 other jobs, and I was always tired. And I would fall asleep. Like standing there. I was like a zombie. I'd fall asleep. And so one day he comes up to me, and he asks me, and he says, young man, he's an older guy too, he says, why are you always so sleepy? I said, well, I have another job. And he goes, well, that's not my problem. You need to figure it out or you're not going to have this job. So one day I come in, and I had just finished washing dishes at the other place, whatever. And he tells me, he says, you're wet. I said, I know. He says, well, couldn't you have the decency to take a shower before? And I had my uniform in my hand. I said, I'm going to go change real quick. And he says, why do you come in here wet and changing your uniform? And I'm sure I didn't smell great either. And he says, and I would appreciate a little respect. You need to do this at home. Well, unbeknownst to him, I didn't have a home. And so what I did was I went to this place called HQ Fitness off of Riverside, and I got a gym membership, and I used that for the shower. I worked out all the time anyway. I used that for the shower facility, and then I also would work out, whatever, even though I worked 3 jobs. And I would change my clothes in between the jobs, right? And that was... I just heard that noise again. So that was the deal. I worked 3 jobs, and so eventually I got so tired one night after I was walking out of the grocery store at Foodland, right? And I go out there, and I just fell asleep in my car in the parking lot, and I hear, like that. And I look up, and there's the old guy. Mr. Richardson was his name. And he's like, son, what are you doing out here sleeping in my parking lot? And I said, I'm sorry. I'm gonna leave, whatever. And he says, what do you work besides here? He never really had taken any interest in getting to know me at all. I said, well, I have a job at a place called Lone Star Cafe, and then I work at Dairy Queen. And he says, so you just sleep wherever you can, whatever. And I said, yes, yeah, pretty much. I don't have a place to live. And he said, you know what? He's like, why don't you come back to my place? I live in Lockhart. I said, oh, no, that's too far. I said, I can't drive all that to Lockhart. It's like 30 miles, I said, I got my next job to go do in a couple of hours, And he says, well, I'd like to, give you a home-cooked meal, whatever. And so he was a nice guy. And what he ended up doing, like his wife, even though he didn't like me going into the job, he just thought I was a bum or some lazy guy, whatever. He started bringing his lunch with him, and he would bring extra. And he was a nice guy. And what he would do is basically a mild form of charity, I guess. He would tell me, oh, my wife gave me too much, and so here's some food, And it was cool. He would give me that food. And then I told him, I said, hey, I work in a restaurant and I get a discount. And there was one manager that would let you eat. He was cool. He didn't care. But there was other guy, Joe Ogelberg, who was a total dick. And Joel would not let you eat. He did not care. He didn't give a damn. He would make you pay, and all you got was a 20% discount. And when I got moved to the day side working the breakfasts, like he was terrible manager. He was an awful guy, just a piece of crap. And it was just enjoyed being ugly, mean to the workers, And he was a joke, man. But so I told him, I said, I eat pretty good, and he's like, well, you're thin. And I was thin and lanky, but I was kind of muscular, I worked out. And I had fixed the problem of showers, whatever. And so he started like letting me take groceries, you know, and he was a nice guy. Like he let me take a few things, you know, to make sandwiches and stuff like that. And eventually I got my shit together, and I talked one of my friend's parents into co-signing for me for an apartment, because I had a roommate that messed up my rental history, whatever. That's how I ended up homeless. He couldn't pay his part and screwed us. And after that, I repaired my credit, my rental history, whatever, and I started living like a normal person again, you know, and I cut down to 2 jobs. But get this, I was a teenager. I was a freaking teenager. And then at one time, I worked at Taco Bell and in a place called Shortstop. 17 years old, 2 jobs, living on my own. And so, you know, when people talk like they know, like you know me. You don't know me. You don't know what I've been through, and I don't know what you've been through. All I know is that life is hell. It's a kick in the ass, and you know we're all in it together. And you know, I'm nobody's doormat, but I'm not a tyrant, and I don't look at things like these people like to say things about me. The reason that I have a generous streak in me is because I've been there. I've done that, and I've been through hell. I've been to hell and back multiple times. It sucks. And why make things harder for people? Some people seem like they get off on that, like they get off on just making life miserable and hard for others. That's so nasty, vile. I don't know what the hell that was just now. I just heard that hyena sound again. Wish I knew what the hell that was. I could just try to imagine the beast or whatever it is that's making that noise. What in the hell? Weird. Yeah, I heard a whoop earlier, Dana. I heard that about 2 or 3 times tonight, and then I heard this hyena sounding thing, and then this weird shriek, and then this god awful howl that is just, I don't know. It's just, you know. But I feel okay because you guys are here with me, you know. If I die on camera, right? We die together. Don't get upset, Nelly. I'm just kidding. Nobody's going to kill me yet. Hopefully. I love you. But I'm no coward. I'm not a coward. I think the biggest thing is just like not being afraid because you know God's got your back. You don't have to fear it. If you do the right thing, you don't have to fear it. There's nothing to fear. These things can't take your soul. Your soul doesn't belong to them. They can take your body. What does that matter? It's like losing a vehicle. Who cares? You get another. See the comments here. Royalty says, I went through a very similar experience growing up, Josh. Yeah, I know. You know, I thought about doing a podcast. If I don't have time now because I'm doing 6 days a week, you know, for all of February, but I thought about doing a podcast, and I was kicking it around with Nelly and Anthony and everybody, and just maybe doing something about history or doing something, just talking to people about their life and their experiences, you know, because so many people have had to go through, you know, hell, and just giving people an outlet and a chance to tell their story. You know, everybody has a story. You know, everybody has a story, whether it's paranormal or not. It's, you know, but everybody has a story. And everybody's voice deserves to be heard. So many people, their story is never told. They're never heard, and it sucks because it's not fair. You know, there's a lot of good people out there that their story never gets told, and it's unfortunate because they're not somebody famous or somebody that everybody knows. And just imagine all the millions and millions of people out there and the different stories that they have and what they went through and their experiences. That's why I like, when I was younger, I like to listen to the old timers talk. You know, these guys are 50, 60 years old and they have so much to tell you. They have, each one of them had a million stories about life. And if you listen, you would just, you know, you learn. And my uncle SD, my great uncle, the greatest storyteller ever. I mean, he could tell a story and he'd always smoking a cigar and he'd be like, let me tell you. And he'd start telling this story from his youth. And like it was yesterday, he had a sharp memory. Okay. What kind of bird is that? What the hell is that? See, now you're not supposed to whistle back because that could be the lechuza. What in the hell is that? And you're not supposed to acknowledge it because if you do, something can happen to you. Because it's like, what it's doing is folks, it's trying to get you to acknowledge it, because when you do, then it's basically a form of permission. In Mexican folklore, when you hear that, you're never supposed to whistle back, because there's not supposed to be a bird whistling like that at 4 in the morning. Freaking hell. Creepy ass place. Yeah, Gwen, I agree. Where does it sound like it's coming from? From nowhere and everywhere. Yeah, it sounds like something imitating an alarm. But it's not one of our alarms. I know exactly what our alarms sound like. They're obnoxious. Well, that is too. I'm going to say this. I'm going to go out here on a limb and say this place is probably evil. I've said this before about this place when the guards have told me things, and they've been telling me things for months. I would never live here. I don't give a damn. If nothing else, just for the wildlings, for the Celts on the other side of that wall. Because if you're here and your car is in this parking garage, it's going to get busted into. You know, mark my words. Your ass would get broken into. This bird just started up doing this. Like, where in the hell is that coming from? Yeah, exactly, Jojo. It's an actual mockingbird. I've heard mockingbirds, and that doesn't sound like a mockingbird. God, it's a freaking weird place. It stopped. Started back up. Now I just heard that shriek out of the woods again. Oh man, this has been a crazy. What was that? Just heard a loud boom. What in the hell kind of crazy shit is going on out here? And man, it is cold out here now. It's 44 degrees there. I'm glitching. Great. Antonio Vasquez, if you got any of those stories, send them to me, man. Okay, now it's right above me. What in the hell? Man. I'm supposed to work this place again tomorrow night? Shit on this. But you gotta do what you gotta do, right? We all have a job to do. Freaking unbelievable. This place is crazy, dude. This is crazy. Well, the guards are vindicated. They weren't lying. This place is spooky. And this area over here is real spooky. The guard that left here earlier told me that he's got more stuff to tell me about this place, but I didn't have time to sit there and chit-chat with him. Or he didn't have time to chit-chat with me, put it that way. He had to leave, but oh, it's crazy. I'm waiting for this person to get up and go move around so I can verify that that's a human being. So what do you think so far, folks? What do you think? Crazy stuff. So Ricardo, when do we need to do? We need to do this book signing. We need to get it, start advertising it, and actually get it done and do the book signing. I have a lot of books that I need to that I got back from the conference. At the conference, we sold over 250, I think like 250 books, which is a massive amount of books that we sold. But we had so many left over. We still have tons of them left over. Well, not tons, but you know, we probably got about 150 books left. And crazy, you know, thing is, I'm talking 250 books. Like we sold probably, I'd say more than that. We probably sold about 250 of the Dogman books and probably 200 of the Bigfoot books. But there were some people that were there that were like, didn't buy my books, and I, you know, like figured out that a lot of people had just bought it on Amazon, and so I felt bad for the people that, I was like, well, you know, bring it and I can sign it, you know. And so there were some people that came and they didn't bring the books that they had bought, so I just gave them a new copy to sign. So if you get the autographed signed copy, just keep it and don't mess with it, and get you a separate copy to read. That's what I would do. And I'm not trying to tell you that to sign, you know, but that way you don't mess up your autograph copy, because that's what I do. Is like I'll get like one of David. Every time David makes a new book, David Wedley's a friend of mine, you know, and I'll just tell him, just give me a regular copy, you know, I'll just read that one, and then give me a copy to sign. And I was going through my books a couple nights ago when Blondes and Booze were in the studio, and I found a stack of Linda Godfrey's books in there. Kind of made me sad. You know, she's a freaking legend. But there's so many good authors out there, you know, and I'm glad that I can actually sit here and say that I'm amongst the authors now, you know. I think it's a very prestigious thing, you know, and I think it's something that some of these little bastards take it lightly, you know. They act like, oh, I have a podcast, I can write a book, and they'll write a little golden book and act like they really did some shit. Yeah, okay, so the first day of the month, the first day of May has been a house of horrors for me. I lost two of my best friends and my mom all in May, including my grandmother, My great aunt died May 31st. Well, going the night of going into June 1st. So she was like my surrogate grandmother. So that whole month has just been. But I don't let it bring me down. I just try. Yeah, it is. It's closer now. I just try to not let it bring me down. I try to do things that month. But there is one shining bright spot for the month of May. And that is May 20th is mine and my wife's anniversary. So that right there makes it, not so bad. How many of you are going to come to the conference if we do it in September in New Braunfels? Tell me yes or no if you're going to come, because I'm trying to get a good feel for how many people will show up and if we should even do it again. Because when I was sitting there with Lyle and Ryan Edwards, not RPT, not that guy, and people have asked me about him. I got reasons why I don't deal with him. Okay, I got reasons. I'm not going to get into it. If he says something about me, I'm going to unload. But if he doesn't, I won't say anything. So he keeps his mouth shut, leaves me alone, stays out of my business. I won't tell what I know. But I'm not gonna. I don't deal with him. Okay, so I wish people would quit asking me about him. But Ryan Edwards, me and him and Lyle Blackburn, Jason McLean, Tex, Brandy and Krista from Blondes and Booze, Rod Nichols. There's a bunch of us. We were all there eating, and we were joking around about the conference and going, and we're gonna have to talk Ken into doing it again, because he takes it seriously and he gets so stressed out. And I told him, you just hang loose. Like me, I'm just loose, man. I go into the conference just swinging my arms up and down like Conor McGregor. I don't give a crap, man. I come in like I'm just calm, cool, and collected. I don't get rattled, dude. I don't care. It's like whatever. It's like being out here in this creepy ass place, man. It's creepy. It's kind of scary, but at the same time, it's kind of fun. It's kind of cool, especially with you guys here. Not so bad. But conference. It says, if you hold the conference, I'll be there, and I will bring my 2 daughters for sure, and possibly my best friend. Ricardo says, I'll help with the conference too. Thank you. Appreciate that. It says, RPT sucks. He trashes people's opinions on Facebook 24/7, offers nothing himself. Yeah, and Nikki, I could tell you a whole lot about that kid. He better keep his ass out of my business. Stay away from me. You can go tell him I said that too. I don't give a damn, dude, because he knows he can't be talking about me. Yeah, Nirot, I hear you. He says I'm making more money than ever, but I'm also poorer than ever. That's how I feel. I feel like we're making more money than ever, but we're still struggling. We're not struggling, but we're not, we're not where we should be. Yeah, I shouldn't say anything bad about it. I was like, it's because you have to help people, man. You have to be able, you gotta help people. Morgan says, I'll be there. Deborah says, easier if it's in the DFW area. Yeah, but it's not easier for me, and it's not easier for Ken. So that's the only thing. It's hard for me to take off to do things. We haven't set a price for the tickets yet because we don't know who all is going to be there. We know that David Weatherly, Lyle Blackburn, we know that Nick Redfern won't be there this year, unfortunately. But we know David Weatherly will be there again. Lyle Blackburn will be there. Pretty sure I can get Chad Lewis back. Christopher Gaetano said he'd be there. Barton said he'd be there. So I know Ken will go, even if he doesn't host it. Ann Celine, Ron Murphy will be there. Matt Imp said he'd be there, of course. Blondes and Booze, Tex and Jason and BMR, Bigfoot Michigan Rob, he said he'd be there. So, I mean, we'll have a lot of people. There'll be a solid lineup once again. It'll be an all-star group. There's a bunch of people that have talked to me too over the last, few months that didn't go to the last conference, but that we made friends and they were like, yeah, I'd love to go, and so there's a few new people that might end up, being there, being in attendance. Matt Costa says, Wolf, do you think Shannon would go? LeGros? I don't know. I haven't talked to Shannon since like right after, like a few days literally after the first conference. That's the last time I talked to Shannon. So I haven't talked to her. Like, she was messaging me and that was it. And we didn't talk anymore. So I have no idea. I haven't reached out to her either. So, I mean, Nikki says, I took him, you're the goat. I'm sorry for upsetting you about the drama with Truth Bass involved. I like Truth and Bass. Vault was a double agent. His loss, whatever. Daniel Jones, Adam Davies, Jesus Payan. Yeah, probably. Jesus told me at the last conference that he had a really good time, that he would go back. So did Adam and Daniel Jones. Daniel is probably going to be on with me this month because we're doing the UAP, or this coming month because we're doing the UAP project every Saturday. Just unfortunate that Nick won't be able to do anything because Nick's helping his dad, and he's very ill in England. And Nick and I were supposed to write a book together, which I thought was cool, and it was his idea. So I can actually sit here and say that, and I think the only person that Nick's written a book with, I may be wrong, but I think Brad Steiger was the only one he ever wrote a book with. So, yeah, I'll see you, Ricardo. And it's 5 a.m. already, folks, over here. So I hate to do it, but I guess I'm going to hit it. King of Hecklemuno says Payan has some crazy stuff, pictures and videos. Yeah, he's got a lot of cool stuff. Jesus is he's a good guy. If anybody doesn't know who he is, he's an actor. He was on Breaking Bad. He's been in like Steven Seagal movies and stuff. He's a really cool dude, man. Chicken in the corn, huh? Chicken? I thought I was a blasphemer. The last we talked, you said I was a blasphemer. Kiki says Paul Sinclair's mentioned a few times lately he wants to get in touch with you. Maybe he did. He's got my information. I mean, if he wants to talk to me. Paul is a really good friend of mine. Anytime I get someone from England that I owe books to or something, I get him and Deborah Hatswell. So who wants to hear a story? Because we've been talking for a little bit here and we're about to bail. Who wants to hear a story? It's only going to cost you $19.95. $19.95, you'll get a story. Just kidding, folks. Says my close friend was a friend of Brad Steiger's. Brad Steiger would have been a cool person to talk to. I think he's the only person that wrote more books than Nick Redfern. I thought it was hilarious when Swamp Ass was like, "Oh, D.A. Roberts is the most prolific author in the whole, field or whatever." I'm like, really? Because he ain't done shit, dude. He writes a bunch of crappy little golden book. Well, they're bigger. They're not like little golden books like what Swamp Ass writes. They're actually like pretty crappy, just bigger books that are just crappy. Like Anthony said, like he had in that one page, he had the word whisper like 50 times on there. I mean, like, like use a synonym, dude. Like we were joking about that, with Ryan Edwards. Ryan Edwards is 22 years old. And by the time he was 20, he'd already written a book, and it was pretty good, And so you're sitting there and you're listening to a 22-year-old critique your work, and he's spot on about what he's talking about. He was like completely correct. He was like, you use synonyms, you don't use, and I'm just going like, how can you even be that stupid? I mean, come on. My thing, I don't know. My thing is, like I got this third book, and I'm trying to finish it and get it tweaked, but I have a lot of work to do, and it's about MK Ultra, which is a pretty heated subject, and I've talked to Garetano and Barton Umley, who are helping me with the book. They're not writing it, but they're helping me, getting the stories out there and going over vetting some people and some things that we're doing. And if you sit back, somebody made a comment. They're like, "Oh, well, you can't do anything without some of your friends helping you." And they even went real snarky on me and went hard in the paint on me. "Oh, you need somebody to hold your hand, whatever." And I'm like, "Bitch, please, excuse my language," but I'm like, I'm smart, okay? Smart in the way that I know that I'm dumb about certain subjects. And so when I started to write a book, I didn't know shit about it, I wanted to do it, but you don't just walk up and go, "You know what I'd like to do? Put a skyscraper over there." There's a lot of steps that go into doing things. And if you have half the brain that God gave a chicken, then what you do is you go to people who've written books. And those people will tell you, well, this is how you do it. So if you want your book to come out correct, that's what you should do. If you want to do a podcast, you should go to those who've done it and are doing it. Okay? If you wish to be a YouTuber, you go to people who've done YouTube, right? That's how it works. So stop being an idiot. And people who have done nothing but just blab on the radio or whatever the hell and then use fake AI-generated stories probably shouldn't be writing books. I'll tell you why. Because they suck. And some of these people aren't even good at what they're doing on YouTube. And then they go and they buy themselves 1,000 views every couple weeks, 1,000, subs. And then they're like, "Look at this. Woo-hoo. I got another 1,000 subs." Well, I'm sure you did, because you went and bought them, you fat person. Of course you did. Of course you have 1,000 more subs. Congratulations, Tubby. What gets me, though, is now him and his buddies, they're getting a lot of views now. Remember, that was the big knock. We kept saying, "Hey, where are your views at, dumbass? You have all these subs, 100 million subs, but you have no views." Now their views are all tens of thousands of views. And of course, the one... What the hell was that? It came from the area where I thought somebody was laying down. But now, you got the one guy, he's all of a sudden getting all these views up there, and give me a break. Right, sure. But somebody's been, donating a bunch of money up there, and And so, of course, I guess that money is going towards getting views to match the subs. I mean, that would only make sense. You have all these subs, where are your views? But none of them fill a chat room. I mean, they're not going to get the numbers we get in the chat. I mean, I'm up here, at 5:18 in the morning my time, and there's 350 people in here. So you got to wonder, like, where are these people? I just heard this weird noise from the woods, and then this bird starts up again. Yeah, you can buy those too. I mean, they buy views, they buy subs, they buy all this. They do all these nefarious things that they do. Make fake accounts and attack you, and then pretend like they didn't. And then say you started crap and you didn't. And all I've ever wanted is just to be left the hell alone and at peace. Salem Nemesis Swamp. Well, I mean, he's from the swamp, he's from New Orleans, and so he started back up with me. I mean, well, he probably never stopped. He's never quit. We are all convinced. I mean, I'll say we all, as in, like, there's at least a dozen of us that think that he's behind some of the strange things that were going on. I don't want to call it, I guess I really just don't want to say what it is, because it just sounds so ridiculous when you talk about it. And to somebody who's not initiated, they're going to be like, well, that's crazy. But black magic, I mean, they were doing it. I mean, there was some stuff going on. I had guests in my house, and something demonic just like went right across my living room. And it was like the same thing that Bettina described when she was dealing with these people. Like it's the exact same thing. I mean, like, we were all going through the same crap. And, that's not a coincidence. I mean, the things that they were doing, they deal with the occult. They deal with the black magic. But here's the thing I'm going to tell you. When I bust your ass, I will bust your chops. I don't give a damn if it's physical, mental, spiritual. I'm going to whoop your ass, and I'm going to run circles around you. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of your demons. I'm not afraid of you in any shape or form. And I'll say this again to the Filthy Five. This is going out to all of you. I don't respect you. I don't fear you, and I have nothing to fear. Nothing to fear from you. I mean, I could have ended this a long time ago if I really wanted to. But it's not in me at this point in time in my life to do things like that. So, I don't want to fight with these people. They want to fight. You know why? Because they have nothing better in their lives. I was the best thing that ever happened to them. The only way they ever got any views or got anything was by jacking with me. And at times, it could be sport. It was just like whatever. But other times, it was just mean, nasty things. They were just, being mean, vile, nasty people. And nothing is off limits for them. I mean, they're evil people, all of them. Nothing is off limits. They'll attack your wife. They'll attack your children. They don't give a crap. They will lie and say any number of horrible, abhorrent things about you and about your kids. They don't give a crap. And then they'll turn around and say you did it. I never did that. I never attacked women and children like they claimed. They could never provide any proof of these so-called alleged attacks, whatever. Just pull it out of their ass. But, and even then, I'm willing to forgive and forget if they could walk away. If Cleghorn would come out and just say, look, I did this, it was me, I'd be like, okay, and just forgive you and go on. I'm not going to take your shit. stop talking about conspiracies because y'all committed one really bad one, and that one's a slam dunk, dude. And that's not coming from me. That's coming from my legal counsel. I mean, it's pretty bad. Like, you know, they basically conspired to pin felonies on us. I mean, come on, dude. And then they want to start talking about. You know. Oh God, Stefan. He's walking. He just freaked me out there. So then after they try to pin these felonies on us, then they want to start talking about conspiracies, dude, about this guy's kid or whatever. You know, like, I don't know that whole situation, you know, 100% or whatever. But from what I know, they don't just do something like that willy-nilly. You know, there has to be something. So I don't know. I'm not even going to speculate. But to try to sit there and say that I did, you know, it's just crazy. And you're talking out of your ass. You know, and this crazy woman, Anus, she's got to be one of the most despicable human beings I've ever come across in my entire existence. But in the end of the day, though, folks, look at it like this. You're not them. Neither am I. We don't have to answer for what they do. They're the ones that are going to have to stand in judgment, and just like we have to stand in judgment for what we've done. But they're the ones that are going to have to stand in judgment for everything. They're the ones that are going to have to pay the price for everything. Not us. At the end of the day, doesn't matter. There's an afterlife, and you will have to face it. And they live their lives like they don't. You know, that's the sad thing, is they all live their lives like they don't. But you can't do that. So just got a message from Nelly. The Cleghorn just tagged us in something, and he's talking crap again. Okay. Of course he is, because he's got nothing better to do. He's never going to stop. Reading some of the comments. So anyways, folks, if you could just do me the favor, pray for us. And anytime this Cleghorn or Anus, you know, says anything, and only do it if it's offensive. If you find it offensive and you think it's offensive, then report it. That's all we can do. You know, because their attacks are not going to stop. They're nonstop. They're just nonstop. They're not going to stop. This guy, he's going to pretend like he's innocent and he's wanting peace, but he's, you know, and he's claiming that we're fighting a war by proxy. No, dude, you never wanted peace, and you went straight in and started going after me because you thought that I was weak because I asked for peace when I thought I was doing the right thing. I didn't ask for peace because I was afraid of you, dude. I asked for peace because I truly wanted it. But you didn't, did you? And neither did Anus. And you kept on with, you kept Anus going. You kept her going. And when I asked you to tell her to stop, I asked you, could you please make her stop? You know, get her to quit so we can have peace. You said you'd talk to her, which, what'd you do? You talked to her and tell her to continue? Because that's the only thing I could think of. And we all know who Cleghorn is, dude. It's either you or one of your constituents, one of your buddies, or somebody that you have control of. Probably the Scott dude or whatever it is, or Anus, or you, or all of y'all. I don't know who, one of y'all. I mean, you're all the same person as far as I'm concerned. You're all in it together. You know, and you don't stop. You won't stop. You know. So, it's whatever. But if these people, if you find what they're doing offensive, and you think that they're wrong for what they're doing, then yeah, report them, because that's the only way to combat them, is just to report them. That account on Facebook needs to be taken down, because it's nothing but a troll account. There is no one named Chicken's Cleghorn. It's just them using that account as a mouthpiece to talk crap and attack us. Yes, stalker trolls, basically. And they're just using it to attack us, and it's a sad, pathetic thing. And the whole time we were supposed to be at peace, they were using that account to attack. Yeah, and he's also, Peterson Damon too. We know that. And his sister, both of them are as loony as he is. And he gets up saying, I was saying his name. I wasn't attacking you, dude. But I did make mention that Janice, or Anus, whatever, was in love with you, and that's what I told you. I said that, But he tries to use every little thing he can to attack. And it's pure jealousy, because even after I tried to make peace and he agreed to it, he really didn't, because he kept on with the Cleghorn thing. And, I'm so tired of it. I'm so over it, dude. And it's just, as long as that guy exists, and as long as those other guys exist, there will never be peace in this community. They will never, ever, I promise you, they will never let it go. They were jealous of us from the beginning. They were jealous of our conference. They're jealous of the books. They're jealous of my success, period. They're jealous of everyone that I'm affiliated with success. But instead of them raising their ships up to the level that they should be, they just hate. And they try to bring everyone down. But you got to understand something. I don't believe that they're capable of bringing themselves up to a standard of a level. They're just not. I mean, so their only option is to attack people and bring them down and lower them, because they're unable to raise themselves up and raise their vibration. So it's kind of sad, really. But when you think about it, though, that's not my fault. That's not my problem that you're that way. We just got to pray. That's all we can do. What are you from? Can we get that person out, please? But yeah, that's, whatever. Yeah, and then 86, you're right. They don't go to work. I mean, when you got people that do what they do, they don't go to work. I mean, they don't do anything. They don't do shit. So, I mean, of course they're going to be whatever, that's just how it goes. But anyways, folks, I'm going to have to do this report and drop it. Got a lot of weird stuff to report on there, I guess. Just heard a lot of weird noises, man. I gotta say, man, this site is definitely jumping, dude. And now all the guards that have worked here, that have seen things and heard things over here, I get it. I definitely get it. It's definitely jumping. A lot of crazy stuff, man. If and here's a message to you, guy from Oklahoma. If you could literally, if you can't stop her, Anus, from doing what she's doing, then if you could disavow her publicly and say, look, I'm not a part of this, what she's doing, she's a loon, she's doing this on her own, blah, 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 then I could forgive, I could let it go. But you won't do that. Instead, you guys continue to double down. And she says, well, when I see Nellie attacking you, I want to defend you, whatever. Dude, there was an entire month of nobody attacking anybody but her. She was the one doing it. And Nellie wasn't attacking anybody or doing anything. And that crazy bitch kept just freaking messing with everybody. And every day I would wake up and there'd be a new post from Anus. And Anus did it every day, every day, every day. And I had to endure it every day, every day, every day. And this guy said, oh, well, Abe Seas is attacking whatever. Abe Seas is not my right-hand guy. Abe Seas is not like, I have no control over that dude. But you had control over Annis. You had a lot of power with her. If you told her something, she would have done it. So to me, she was continuing to do what she was doing because you weren't stopping her. And you know damn well you could have at any time, but you didn't want to. You wanted to keep this going and you wanted to fight a war by proxy, so that's what you did. And I know you did. Now that doesn't excuse your sister, or either, one of them, but the one that just out there rogue, hating you, wanting to fight you, whatever. That's something y'all are going to have to work out or whatever. I don't give a crap about her or you. So, it is what it is. You went off and did what you did, and there was never any real peace with you. And something else too, I argued with Abe C as tooth and nail because I wanted for him to stop, because I wanted peace. But, that guy, you did some horrible things to that guy, and you never, ever apologized. You never apologized. And you never apologized to Nellie for the lies. You told me that day on the phone you were going to, and you didn't do it. When you did the peace thing, whatever, you never did say, hey, I'm sorry for the lies I made up and said about Nellie. And, trying to claim that she was calling you and texting you all morning, days, whatever. So that never happened. And you never, even though we agreed, you never did come out and say, hey, wish you would have. But I knew when you didn't, I was like, well, this is the best we're going to get, I knew that he would never stop. Threat after threat after threat, throwing my name around, saying that I'm in a conspiracy to, just sick and tired of it, dude. Every day. I got to get up every day and work. I work all night. I get up, work during the day. And then on top of it, I got to fight these skanky ass bastards who don't work, who don't do nothing. While I bust my ass and keep the country going, they're playing around on Facebook. They're playing around on YouTube, attacking me, attacking my people, attacking my wife, attacking my nephews, attacking everybody. And all I wanted was to be left alone. That's all I wanted. So I asked for peace. Couldn't get it. Annis knew that if there was peace, he would have no use for her. He would have no use for her. So she went out with his sister, and she gave him a bunch of information that I don't know what it may or may not be. What, I don't know if it's real or not. I don't know. I don't know what she told him. I don't know. I don't give a shit. I never said anything incriminating to her, so. And I don't really care. I mean, I didn't do anything illegal, so whatever. They keep trying to say I did. I didn't. But they're idiots. They're pieces of shit, and they're gonna pay for every word they've spoken against us. They are going to pay for that. My mind is made up. The only thing that could change my mind at this point with that is if he apologizes, for real apologizes, and denounces Anus. And that'd be it. And stops with the Cleghorn thing, because we all know what that is. It's just a mouthpiece to attack me. But if they're not going to stop with that, well, then there'll never be peace. Yeah, JoJo, it's not just Facebook, man. It's it's YouTube too. They all have about 300 accounts on Facebook and YouTube. All of them. They all have a bunch of sock accounts. And they use it too. Thank you, Joshua Marshall. I appreciate that. Oh, yes, Morgan. Yes. Also, Cleghorn, remember, they're Russian. Yeah, sure. Whatever, dude. So stupid. So sick of their stupid ass shit. Sits up there not working, using that account, and then on one side of his mouth, and then the other side saying that he wants peace. You don't want peace, dude. You liar. Sorry, dog. If you wanted peace, you wouldn't have been using that account. You wouldn't have, or have somebody using it, and you wouldn't be using anus to do all the crap. I mean, it's just so obvious to me. I don't care. They're all gonna pay. They're gonna pay, literally pay, you know. Hopefully I can, you know, before anus gives all her money to them. Because, you know, she's ridiculous. But it takes time. So, folks, thank you for tuning in. I got my windows up at this point. You know, I'm not even listening to the weird sounds and all that. And thank you for hanging out with me for 5 hours or whatever it was. God, this place was freaky, dude. There was some freaky stuff going on out here. So thank you to everybody who participated. Thank you for the people that donated. There was a few people that did that, and I appreciate that too. I appreciate it. Appreciate all the help and all the kind words. There it is again. Freaking bird's not stopping. It's an anise bird. It's going to keep going. You know, people will try to tell me, well, just block and delete and whatever. I wish I could. I mean, you can block and delete 1,000 of them. They'll just make 1,000 more. It's never ending, these people. And it really boils down to one thing. Jobs. They don't have them. So they have time. I don't. I'm working. I have a job right now. I'm sitting here watching the wall. All right, well, I'm going to do my last rounds and prepare for a shift change and do my report. Thank you, folks. Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you for donating. I appreciate that. I know you wanted me to go and yell, and I eventually did. So, but it was creepy. It was a scary night. Not gonna lie, but it was exhilarating too, and it was actually kind of fun. You know, I gotta admit, it wasn't all bad. So everybody that was tuned in, I appreciate you tuning in and listening and talking with me and keeping me company. It made this more of like an experience rather than like something, you know, terrifying. It actually turned into something kind of fun, you know. And I'll see you guys. We have a show coming up tonight. I don't even know what it's about. I can't remember. It's Dogman or something. And then we'll have the usually Thursday episode on Wednesday. And then Thursday, Blondes and Booze, I'm on their show with them. And then Friday, we do the interview. We have a guest coming on. It's going to be a good one. And then Saturday, I'm going to be doing the UAP thing. Christopher Jordan, Jason McLean. And then Sunday, retail people's encounters. So we have a whole week lined up for you guys. So just think about it. This will be the first time in Paranormal Roundtable history that I've been on the air Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So come Sunday, I will have done 7 days straight. So thank you. Thank you for making PRT what it is, guys. I'm going to let you go. Y'all have a good night. And be nice to each other.